Government releases 18-point national commitment based on party manifestos, eyes 7% economic growth and $3,000 per capita income. Nepal welcomes New Year 2083 Bikram Sambat with nationwide celebration. Sudur Paschim and Karnali celebrate Bishu festival. 6 people dead and 5 injured as Israeli airstrikes and drone attacks continue to target multiple towns across southern Lebanon. China condemns United States military blockade of Iranian ports as dangerous and irresponsible, warns the move will jeopardize maritime security. The United Nations reports nearly 700 civilians killed in recent drone strikes as Sudan enters its 4th year of devastating civil war. And Nepal police secures a spot in the semi-finals of Virat Gold Cup, defeating Machinder Club in a thrilling penalty shootout. Hello there, I'm April Singh Lama and this is Primetime News coming to you live from Kathmandu at 1900 hours Nepal time. Across the globe, it's 13:15 in London, 22:15 in Tokyo and just after midnight in Sydney. Now the news in detail. Nepal's newly formed government, backed by a nearly 2/3 majority, has unveiled an 18-point national commitment. The draft of the commitment has been developed after reviewing the manifestos and election time pledges of 6 nationally recognized political parties. The commitment paper, or a unified reform framework, aims at improving governance, public service delivery and tackling corruption. Endorsed by the cabinet on its first day, the roadmap will guide policy, budget priorities and reform programs for the upcoming fiscal year and beyond. The government has prioritized human resource development, stating that 25% of new and capable manpower will be recruited into public service within the next 5 years. It also aims to create 1.5 million jobs over the same period, positioning employment as a key driver of long-term prosperity rather than short-term relief. At the core of the plan is a target of achieving an average 7% economic growth rate within 5 years, along with raising per capita income to $3,000. Tourism diversification, energy expansion with a target of 30,000 megawatts and infrastructure coordination are key priorities. The framework also includes public sector reforms, long-term investment in education and anti-corruption measures, such as investigating the assets of public officials dating back to 1990. The draft has been uploaded to the website of the Office of the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers for feedback and suggestions. Political parties concerned have been asked to submit their views and recommendations on the draft by 23rd of April. Today marks the start of the year 2083 in the Bikram Sambat calendar, a tradition deeply rooted in solar cycles and celebrated across Nepal with great enthusiasm. People are observing the day by visiting temples, cleaning their homes and gathering with loved ones to exchange heartfelt wishes for the coming year. It is a significant moment for personal reflection, where individuals assess their past year's journey to set new goals and resolutions. High-ranking officials, including the President and Vice President, have also shared messages of hope, wishing for the nation's continued prosperity and collective progress during the auspicious transition. People across Nepal are celebrating the arrival of the New Year 2083 with diverse traditional festivals and early morning pilgrimages to sacred sites. Worshippers formed long lines from dawn, sharing a collective belief that starting the year with prayer ensures peace and prosperity for their families. In eastern Nepal, temples in Biratnagar and the Sansari Maitan in Rangeli saw overwhelming crowds of visitors participating in various religious rituals. Janapur Dham, the sacred birthplace of goddess Sita, also witnessed a massive influx of pilgrims from both Nepal and neighboring India seeking a fresh start. In Tanahu, the renowned Chabdi Barahi temple attracted over 10,000 devotees on this single day, with many arriving to fulfill long-standing vows. The deeply spiritual atmosphere across these regions highlights the cultural significance of the Bikram Sambat calendar as a time for national renewal and unity. Meanwhile, various cultural festivals are being celebrated across different regions of Nepal on the occasion of the Nepali New Year 2083 BS. In the far western region, people have celebrated Bishu Parva with great enthusiasm. This festival, observed on the first day of Baishakh Kari, the similar in spirit to the New Year, has increasingly become not only a festival but also a symbol of family reunion, social unity and cultural continuity. Relatives living within the country and abroad return home during this occasion, adding vibrancy and excitement to village life. On this occasion, people wear new clothes, gather with family and relatives, enjoy delicious traditional dishes and share the joys and sorrows of the past year. Traditional delicacies such as various meat dishes, rice pudding, batuk, which is a deep-fried savory lentil patties, and mana, a local dish, are prepared as part of the celebrations. Elsewhere in eastern Nepal's Dhankuta, the fourth Kopche festival has begun under the slogan Preserving Originality, Promoting Tourism. The three-day Kopche festival is a cultural and community-driven event significant for the revival of the historic Kopche settlement. To mark the Nepali New Year 2083, the event features food stalls showcasing traditional cuisines of local communities, mainly the Newar people and the At Paharia ethnic group, which reside exclusively in Dhankuta municipality.
विशु पर्व दशैं भन्दा पनि उत्साहका साथ एकदम मनोरञ्जनका साथ गर्ने गरिन्छ, मान्ने गरिन्छ। यहाँ खानापिना पनि एकदम मिठो मसिनो, सबै देश विदेशका गएका सबै दाजु भाउजू आमा बुवाहरू पनि यहाँ आउँछन्।
Now, over 90% of hotels in the lakeside area of Pokhara have remained packed as people throng the city to celebrate the Nepali New Year. Hotel Association Pokhara Chair Laxman Subedi said that tourists from various parts of the country have arrived in Pokhara on the occasion of the New Year. Likewise, the association has organized the Fewa New Year Festival, contributing to the rise of tourist arrivals. This is the 21st edition of the festival, aimed at further promoting the tourism business in the region. Pokhara, enriched with natural beauty, cultural heritage and adventure tourism, has been declared the tourism capital, and efforts are continuously underway to further promote the city. There are a total of 1,200 hotels in Pokhara with an accommodation capacity of 40,000 per day, according to Chair Subedi. Let's take a short break here. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Point 27 of the Government of Nepal's 100-day governance reform agenda on doorstep service delivery will come into effect in Mokwanpur district from tomorrow. Following its implementation, residents of the district will be able to receive their passports at home. The District Administration Office Mokwanpur is preparing to begin door-to-door passport delivery through the postal service starting tomorrow. Initially, the service will be launched in the Hetauda sub-metropolitan city area. In the first phase, around 500 applicants who have not yet collected their passports will receive them via postal delivery. Ramesh Lamichhane, chief of the district postal office, stated that passports will be delivered on the same day in nearby wards, while deliveries to further Locations will be completed by the following evening at the latest. Once the required resources, equipment and manpower are in place, the service will be expanded to other municipalities as well. Similarly, Chief District Officer of Makwanpur, Basanta Adhikari, said there are also plans to eventually deliver other documents such as citizenship certificates, national identity cards and driving licenses directly to citizens' homes. The Gorkhapatra Corporation has officially decided to include 2 more languages for publication within the Gorkhapatra Daily. With this recent decision, the total number of languages featured in the daily newspaper has now reached 48. The corporation has specifically chosen to include the endangered Santal and Hayu languages to prevent their disappearance. These new maternal language materials are set to begin publication alongside the start of the New Year celebrations. Inclusive publishing originally began on September 18, 2007 under the New Nepal campaign, initially featuring 6 different mother tongues. Over time, the diversity grew to 46 languages before this latest expansion. Executive Chairperson Bhandari stated that adding Santal and Hayu reflects the country's commitment to inclusivity and linguistic diversity. Currently, the internal pages of Gorkhapatra features 2 different languages every single day. Moving on, the District Police Office in Sangja has stepped up its activities following a rise in the haphazard extraction of stones, sand and gravel from various rivers and streams. Police took this initiative to prevent the exploitation of natural resources and to minimize the potential risks of environmental disasters in the region. Over the span of 1 year, a significant number of vehicles have been penalized as part of the aggressive enforcement campaign against illegal mining operations. Authorities remain committed to protecting the district's natural heritage by maintaining strict surveillance over riverbanks to ensure that all extraction activities follow legal guidelines. In other news, residents of Salyan are demanding the construction of wildlife-friendly infrastructure following an increase in road accidents involving animals across various local road sections. A recent collision on the Rapti highway involving a motorcycle and a longur has raised serious questions regarding road safety and animal protection. WARD Chairperson Leela Bahadur Roka noted that the monkeys frequently cross the road near Bardarni Khola because their natural habitat and water sources are nearby. The risk is further heightened by narrow roads and large rocks that limit visibility for both drivers and animals attempting to navigate the busy highway. According to the Wildlife-Friendly Infrastructure Construction Directive of 2028, overhead bridges must be built at least 5 meters above roads for arboreal species. Local authorities are being urged to implement these guidelines to prevent future casualties and ensure that infrastructure development respects the movement of local wildlife. We'll take a short breather here. Stay tuned. Six people were killed and 5 others injured on Tuesday as Israeli attacks on southern Lebanon continue. The Lebanese National News Agency reported that Israeli airstrikes targeted the town of Sabria in the Tyre district, resulting in 1 death and 3 injuries. In Jarani, 3 people were killed in a strike that hit the town of Adlun. Israeli forces also shelled the town of Arab Salim, killing 2 people, injuring another and destroying a house. In the town of Jebba, an Israeli drone exploded, injuring a woman and causing material damage. Israeli aircraft continued to strike the town as Ansariye, as well as the area between the towns of Ain Bal and Aitit in the Tyre district, extending to the town of Al-Klaya. Lebanese and Israeli representatives are scheduled to meet in Washington Tuesday for U.S.-mediated talks on ending the war in Lebanon. Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said that in light of the current situation, the government has decided to suspend the automatic renewal of its defense agreement with Israel, according to Italian news agency ANSA. The agreement involves the exchange of military equipment and technology research, news agency reported. Pakistani officials said Tuesday that Islamabad has proposed a second round of talks involving the United States and Iran, according to people familiar with the matter who spoke on condition of anonymity. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance said earlier that the negotiations with Iran did make some progress, while President Donald Trump said the U.S. had been contacted by the other side, adding that they want to work a deal. Meanwhile, a senior Hezbollah official said that the group would not abide by any agreements emerging from direct Lebanon-Israel talks scheduled to begin Tuesday in Washington. Tensions have escalated after a U.S. blockade of Iranian ports began on Monday, prompting warnings from Tehran of possible retaliation. The developments have raised concerns over global economic stability and the risk of renewed conflict if diplomatic efforts fail. In other news, China said on Tuesday that a U.S. blockade around Iranian ports was dangerous and irresponsible after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened to sink any boats that sought to leave or dock there. President Trump has ordered the blockade of ships entering or leaving Iranian ports and coastal areas in the Gulf following the failure of peace talks over the weekend. Beijing warned the action could further destabilize the situation and threaten maritime security in the Strait of Hormuz. The Chinese Foreign Ministry also vows it would impose countermeasures if Donald Trump makes good on his threat to impose new tariffs, following reports Beijing has supplied or intends to supply weapons to Iran.
我们此前已经表明了中方的立场，我们想再次强调，中方在军品出口方面一贯采取审慎负责的态度，根据本国出口管制法律法规及承担的国际义务，实施严格管控。有关报道纯属捏造。如果美方执意以此为借口对华加征关税，中方必将坚决反制。
President Xi Jinping on Tuesday said China would play a constructive role in promoting peace talks in the Middle East during talks in Beijing with Abu Dhabi Prince Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. He outlined proposals focused on dialogue, respect for sovereignty and stability across the region. Xi stressed that the sovereignty, security and territorial integrity of Gulf nations must be respected. He also called for upholding international law and a UN-based global order while improving coordination on security and development. The Abu Dhabi royal is one of several leaders from countries impacted by the Middle East war to visit Beijing this week. Now, Qatar has called for a lasting solution to regional tensions, warning a ceasefire alone is not enough, underscoring the economic risks and the need to safeguard navigation.
The important thing here, Qatar has stressed from the beginning, is that we need a comprehensive solution. This cannot be just a ceasefire and then we find ourselves back in the eye of the storm again. What we need is a comprehensive solution that addresses all the underlying issues, that addresses the concerns of the Gulf countries, addresses the concerns of regional partners, addresses the concerns of the international community, addresses the concerns of all peoples in the region, including the Iranians, and takes into account, of course, the prosperity and the security and the sovereignty of all countries involved.
The U.S. military announced a new strike on a boat accused of drug trafficking in the eastern Pacific Ocean. On X platform, U.S. Southern Command stated that 2 individuals involved in drug trafficking were killed during the strike, adding that intelligence confirmed the boat was traveling along known drug trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific and was involved in smuggling operations. This brings the current U.S. administration's continuous campaign against the narco-terrorists to at least 170. The U.S. Southern Command also stated that no U.S. military personnel were injured in the strike. More international news coming up. Let's take a break. An ex-student opened fire at his former high school Tuesday in Turkey, where school shootings are rare, wounding 16 people, including students, before killing himself. Special security forces were deployed to the school in southeastern Turkey's Sanliurfa province, where students were evacuated. The local governor Hasan Sildak told reporters. Television footage showed ambulances standing by outside school in the Siverek district as students fled the building in panic. Sildak identified the attacker as a former student at the school born in 2007. Local media reported that most of the wounded were students. Nearly 700 civilians have reportedly been killed in drone strikes in Sudan since January, according to the United Nations aid chief. The ongoing war between the National Army and paramilitary forces has displaced over 11 million people and pushed several regions into severe famine. Around 34 million people currently require humanitarian support as systemic violence and lack of education continue to tear the country's social fabric apart.
Tomorrow marks 3 years of war in Sudan, years in which a country of immense promise has been torn apart. Nearly 34 million people, or almost 2 out of every 3, need humanitarian support. It is the world's largest humanitarian crisis.
Drone strikes have become a near-daily occurrence, particularly affecting the southern Kordofan region and RSF-controlled areas in the western part of the country. The UN response remains critically underfunded, with only 16% of the required $3 billion covered as international aid contributions continue declining. Global donors are scheduled to meet in Berlin this Wednesday to attempt to revive peace talks and mobilize much-needed resources for the crises. Likewise, the International Committee of the Red Cross says more than 11,000 people have been recorded as missing since the start of Sudan's civil war 3 years ago. Now, Greenpeace has warned that an uncontrolled collapse of the internal radiation shell at the defunct Chernobyl nuclear power station in Ukraine could increase the risk of radioactivity release in the environment. The warning comes ahead of the 40th anniversary of the 1986 disaster, which spread radiation across Europe and forced mass evacuations after a reactor at Chernobyl exploded. Greenpeace said the outer new safe confinement structure has been damaged and cannot be fully restored, heightening the danger if the internal shelter fails. Kyiv has accused Russia of repeatedly targeting the site since Moscow launched its full-scale invasion in 2022, including of a strike last year that pierced the outer shell. Ukrainian officials say ongoing war conditions, including the repeated strikes, are hampering repair efforts and increasing risks. Experts warn that a collapse could release highly radioactive dust, fuel pellets, and enormous amounts of radioactivity from inside the sarcophagus. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to meet German Chancellor Friedrich Merz in Berlin on Tuesday during government consultations. A German official has said the German government said Merz will host Zelensky at the Chancellery as part of discussions focused on bilateral cooperation and the ongoing war in Ukraine. Germany, now Ukraine's biggest European supporter, has increased its backing as U.S. assistance has declined under President Donald Trump. The talks come amid stalled U.S.-led peace efforts between Russia and Ukraine, with Kyiv balking out ideas that could involve territorial concessions. Separately, Ukrainian and NATO defense officials are meeting in Berlin this week, including discussions under the Ukraine Defense Contact Group and refugee support initiatives. Time for sports update. Nepal Police Club has advanced to the final four of the ongoing nighttime Virat Gold Cup football tournament held in Biratnagar. The departmental side defeated Machindra Club Kathmandu with a score of 6-5 during a tense match played at the Said Stadium. Dhirendra Shah initially gave Police Club the lead in the 29th minute before Saurabh Limbu equalized for Machindra just 5 minutes later. After the game remained tied at 5-5 during the initial tie-breaker, Nepal Police Club secured the win by blocking Shyam Murmu's penalty. According to the tournament schedule, Samrat Sporting Club Biratnagar will face off against India's Jharkhand Birsa Munda in today's match. A total of 8 teams from Nepal and India are competing in this prestigious event, which is scheduled to conclude on April 18th. Now, before we wrap up, let's take a look at the headlines once again. Government releases 18-point national commitment based on party manifestos, eyes 7% economic growth and $3,000 per capita income. Nepal welcomes New Year 2083 Bikram Sambat with nationwide celebration. Sudur Paschim and Karnali celebrate Bishu festival. 6 people dead and 5 injured as Israeli airstrikes and drone attacks continue to target multiple towns across southern Lebanon. China condemns United States military blockade of Iranian ports as dangerous and irresponsible, warns the move will jeopardize maritime security. The United Nations reports nearly 700 civilians killed in recent drone strikes as Sudan enters its 4th year of devastating civil war. And Nepal police secures a spot in the semi-finals of Virat Gold Cup, defeating Machindra Club in a thrilling penalty shootout. That is it for this edition of Primetime News. Our next bulletin will be at 2200 hours Nepal time. Do join us through our social media and also get the latest updates from our official website www.nepaltelevision.com. I am Ipulagi Singlama. Thank you for staying with us. Have a wonderful evening ahead.
Welcome to the studios of NTV World in Kathmandu, Public Service Broadcasting PSB Nepal's new initiative to make Nepal more visible and audible to the global audience. Welcome on board.
This is NTV World. Facts that speak, insights that matter.
Telling the stories of a changing planet. NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Exploring the heartbeat of Nepali creativity. This is NTV World.
The power of story shaped by technology. NTV World.
Unearthing Nepal's hidden heritage. Discovering the timeless Nepal.
Telling stories that endure across centuries. Where culture breathes, stories bloom.
When the world moves, we make a sense of it. NTV World.
Taste of Nepal. Every recipe, every flavor tells the story.
Journalism in the digital age. Fast, focused, verified.
Stories hold power. Stories reflecting life. Stories of the hinterlands. Reporting for NTV World.
This is NTV World. Welcome to News Hour.
This is NTV World. Welcome to Primetime News.
One story at a time.
Crossing borders, connecting voices, where Nepal meets the world in dialogue. This is NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Voices that connect Nepal to the world, bringing perspective, region and relevance to every story. NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Stand by. Mic is on.
3, 2, 1, cue.
We are NTV World.
As Nepal marks its new year in mid-April under the Bikram Sambat calendar, the year 2082 will be remembered as a period of intense political upheaval. In September 2025, a Gen Z protest movement led to the collapse of the government headed by KP Sharma Oli. As a result, general elections were successfully held on March 5, 2026. The protest began due to long-standing ill governance, corruption and irregularities fueled by the government's enforcement of the directive regulating social media, requiring unregistered platforms to shut down within 7 days. Protest called by the youth groups on September 8 began peacefully but turned violent later in the day. Security forces opened fire after curfew measures failed to control the crowd, leaving 23 people dead and many injured. The following day, demonstrators carried out widespread attacks and arson, targeting parliament, executive government buildings, and the judiciary. Other key state infrastructure, political party offices, and private residences of political leaders were also damaged in the unrest. The death toll from the incidents of September 8 and 9 later rose to 76. The unrest subsided only after the army was deployed on the night of September 9. The government stepped down within 27 hours, marking the first time in Nepal's history that any administration has fallen in such a short span during protest. Within days, on September 12, the House of Representatives was dissolved. As a result, an interim government was formed under former Chief Justice Sushila Karki, following a recommendation to President Paudel. The interim government was given a mandate to hold elections for the new House of Representatives. Political developments followed rapidly in the changed scenario. Amid pressure following the youth-led movement, established political forces and long-standing parties and structures faced renewed calls for reform. The Mao Center and CPN Unified Socialist merged to form a new Nepali Communist Party under Pushpa Kamal Dahal, although some leaders expressed dissatisfaction and broke away. Within major parties, leadership changes also took shape. KP Sharma Oli became party chair again after internal provisions were amended, while Gagan Thapa was elected president of the Nepali Congress through a special convention. They focused their strategy on election-centered activities. At the same time, the interim government prepared for the March 5 elections. Amid preparations for the elections, Kathmandu Metropolitan City Mayor Balendra Shah facilitated a merger between the Rashtriya Swatantra Party and the Vivekshil Saja Party. In the March 5 elections, RSP won 182 of 275 seats, forming a majority after 26 years. About 78% of new members entered parliament, while Madesh-based parties failed to win seats. Balendra Shah defeated KP Sharma Oli in Chhapa 5. The victory validated RSP senior leader and Prime Ministerial candidate Balendra Shah to head the government. The cabinet under Balendra Shah has now 16 members, including 6 women, marking 37.5% female representation, the highest since the 2015 constitution, which mandates at least 33% women in state bodies. The newly formed parliament was prorogued after completing key roles, with Dol Prasad Aryal elected as speaker and Ruby Kumari Thakur becoming deputy speaker. As the new government took charge, former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and former Home Minister Ramesh Lekhak were arrested based on the report of Gen Z Movement Probe Commission and later released on bail. Former minister in the KP Oli-led government, Deepak Kharga, was arrested on money laundering charges, while arrest warrants were issued against Sher Bahadur Deuba and Arju Rana Deuba. In political terms, it was a year to remember in Nepal's history, while strides were also made in sports. Nepal qualified for the ICC T20 World Cup 2026 for the second consecutive time and recorded its first ever win against West Indies in the Unity Cup. Nepal's blind women's cricket team reached the World Cup final for the first time. These were home events, but as the global village with supply chain and ripple effects, global tensions also affected Nepal, although minimally, as India remains the main exporter of oil to Nepal. Digital technology use expanded in government, banking and financial sectors, while the stock market showed an upward trend following the new political mandate. As the new year begins, Nepal enters a new phase following a year defined by political upheaval and systemic change.
This is The World This Week, your weekly roundup of the latest international events and updates. This is me, Bhavana Casey. In this edition, we bring you the stories making headlines across the globe, from geopolitical tensions and major political developments to cultural celebrations and remarkable human feats. We have all that you need. Let's begin with the latest updates on the Middle East conflict. A conditional 2-week ceasefire has been agreed between Iran and the United States, allowing shipping traffic to pass through the strategic Strait of Hormuz, while broader diplomatic negotiations continue. However, implementation of the agreement remains unclear amid ongoing mistrust between both the sides. The agreement follows weeks of escalating military confrontation involving the United States, Iran, Israel, and allied regional actors, which has severely disrupted maritime traffic and heightened tensions across the Middle East. Under the terms outlined, vessels are permitted to transit the Strait of Hormuz for a limited period, although reports suggest shipping remains heavily restricted due to ongoing security concerns and unclear enforcement mechanisms. The ceasefire has also faced immediate political friction, with conflicting interpretations among mediators and involved parties over its scope and conditions, particularly regarding regional hostilities beyond Iran and the United States. Diplomatic efforts are expected to continue in the coming days, with further negotiations aimed at stabilizing the truce and addressing broader security and economic issues linked to the conflict. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump has criticized Iran over its handling of the Hormuz Strait. In a series of Truth Social posts, Trump says Iran is doing a very poor job managing the passage, where 20% of the world's oil passes, and warns Tehran against charging fees to tankers going through. It came ahead of peace talks scheduled to take place in Pakistan between U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance and an Iranian delegation. In another update from the region, the World Health Organization has suspended medical evacuations from Gaza after a contracted aid worker was killed, highlighting growing risk to humanitarian operations. The World Health Organization (WHO) has confirmed that it has suspended evacuations from Gaza following the killing of a worker contracted to assist in relief efforts on Monday. The incident underscores the dangers faced by humanitarian personnel operating in conflict zones. WHO's spokesperson Christian Lehmeier said they call for protection of civilians and humanitarian workers.
WHO is devastated to confirm that a person contracted to provide services to the organization in Gaza was killed yesterday during a security incident. 2 WHO staff members were present but were not injured. We extend our condolences to the family, loved ones, and colleagues of the deceased. The incident is under investigation by the relevant authorities.
He further emphasized that the safety of its staff is paramount and called on all parties to allow humanitarian operations to continue without any threat.
Following the incident, WHO suspended yesterday's medical evacuation of patients from Gaza via Rafah to Egypt. Medical evacuations will remain suspended until further notice. We are deeply grateful to our colleagues who work day and night despite the risks to ensure that the people of Gaza can access the health care they need. We call for the protection of civilians and humanitarian workers. Peace is the best medicine.
It has been warned that suspension could delay critical medical aid to vulnerable populations in Gaza. China's top diplomat has criticized U.S. pressure on North Korea, pledging to deepen ties with the nuclear-armed state during a recent visit. The remarks highlight Beijing's continued support for Pyongyang despite long-standing U.S.-led efforts to curb its nuclear program through sanctions and diplomacy. China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi has vowed to deepen ties with the diplomatically isolated nuclear state during the visit. The United States has for decades led efforts to dismantle North Korea's nuclear program, but summits, sanctions, and diplomatic pressures have had little impact. Beijing is North Korea's top trading partner and a vital source of diplomatic, economic, and political support. The two-day official visit by Wang, his first since 2019, comes shortly after the neighbors resumed transport links that had been halted since the COVID-19 pandemic. He told North Korea's Foreign Minister Choi Son-hui that China is willing to work with North Korea to enhance dialogue and practical cooperation at all levels and various fields and deepen people-to-people and cultural exchanges. The visit comes as the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump mounts a push to revive high-level talks with Pyongyang, eyeing a potential summit this year, potentially during Trump's visit to Beijing in May. A suspected measles outbreak in Bangladesh has caused over 100 child deaths and thousands of infections since mid-March, marking a significant spike in cases. The surge has been attributed to gaps in routine immunization program. Bangladesh has launched an emergency vaccination campaign after a fast-spreading measles outbreak is suspected of killing more than 100 people, mostly children, in what may be the country's most lethal wave of the disease in recent history. The campaign, which began on Sunday, comes amid more than 7,500 suspected measles cases since 15 March, according to Health Ministry's data. More than 900 of these cases have been confirmed, a sharp increase from 2025, when just 125 measles cases were recorded over the entire year. While Bangladesh has long vaccinated children against the highly contagious disease, the recent outbreak has exposed gaps in its program, raising the concerns. A health official said procurement issues had led to a shortage of vaccines, including for measles. Many in Bangladesh have blamed the vaccine shortages on the former interim government, which oversaw a new vaccine procurement system. Along with international partners like UNICEF and the World Health Organization (WHO), Bangladesh has launched an emergency vaccination campaign for measles and rubella, a milder disease with similar symptoms to measles. This campaign, which started on Sunday, will be rolled out across 30 sub-districts in Bangladesh and targets more than 1.2 million children between 6 months and 5 years old. Floods have swept across multiple regions worldwide since the start of 2026, raising fresh concerns over intensifying climate extremes. The surge in flooding comes as the global ocean temperatures reached near record highs in the month of March. Floods have swept across multiple regions around the world since the start of 2026, raising fresh concerns over intensifying climate extremes. The surge in flooding comes as the Copernicus Climate Change Service reported that global ocean temperatures reached near record highs in March. Scientists warned that the unusually warm oceans could signal a shift towards El Niño conditions, a climate pattern known to amplify extreme weather conditions, including heavy rainfall and flooding in several parts of the world. The development is adding pressure to an already warming planet, with experts cautioning that the combination of rising global temperatures and El Niño could increase the frequency and severity of climate-related disasters in the months ahead. Officials in several countries have reported widespread damage to infrastructure, displacement of communities, and growing humanitarian needs as floodwaters continue to rise. Climate experts say early warning systems and disaster preparedness will be critical in reducing the impact of further extreme weather events. NASA's Orion capsule carrying the Artemis crew headed back to the Earth after completing a landmark deep space mission, marking a key step towards future lunar exploration. The Artemis 2 astronauts also completed a historic moon flyby, breaking records and capturing unprecedented views during their landmark deep space mission. The Orion capsule carrying astronauts from the Artemis program returned to the Earth after completing a landmark deep space mission designed to test human spaceflight capabilities beyond the low Earth orbit. During the mission, the crew conducted a historic lunar flyby, traveling farther from the Earth than any other previous human mission, while gathering critical data on spacecraft performance, navigation systems, and life support operations. NASA officials say the flight successfully demonstrated key technologies required for future crewed lunar landings, marking a significant step towards sustained exploration of the Moon. The astronauts also documented unprecedented views of the Moon's far side and Earth from deep space, with the data expected to support planning for upcoming Artemis missions. A striking phenomenon in China's Xinjiang region has drawn attention after seasonal changes exposed concentric patterns resembling Saturn's rings on the bed of a lake, creating a surreal landscape. A mesmerizing pattern of concentric circles reflecting Saturn's iconic rings has appeared at the exposed lake bed of Banded Blue Lake in northwest China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. The spectacular terraces rising like giant stairwells from the lake's edges were revealed by seasonal falls in water levels at the lake. Nestled beneath the snow-capped peaks of the Palmer's Plateau, the elevated and layered shoreline regularly draws visitors to marvel at the otherworldly scene whenever it appears. The natural formation is shaped by mineral deposits and sediment layers built up over time, creating its striking circular design. As water recedes, the hidden contours of the lake bed are unveiled, transforming the landscape into a surreal visual spectacle. The phenomenon is temporary, making each appearance a rare and highly anticipated event for travelers and photographers. Experts say such formations highlight the delicate balance of environmental and seasonal changes in high-altitude ecosystems. South Korean band BTS powered through torrential rain to kick off their highly anticipated $1 billion all tour, undeterred by severe weather conditions. Fans braved the downpour as the group delivered an electrifying performance, marking a dramatic start to one of the biggest global tours of the year.
The group opened the tour with a high-energy performance, refusing to let heavy rainfall dampen the atmosphere as they delivered a tightly choreographed set to thousands of cheering fans. Despite challenging weather conditions, BTS maintained full stage production, with lighting and visuals continuing throughout the downpour, adding a dramatic edge to the opening night. Fans, many wearing raincoats and holding umbrellas, remained in the venue throughout the show, creating a striking scene as they sang along and celebrated the start of one of the most anticipated global tours of the year. The performance marked the official launch of the group's $1 billion world tour, which is expected to span multiple continents and major stadiums, drawing massive international audiences in the coming months. Security and event organizers said all safety measures were in place to manage the large crowd and ensure the show continued smoothly despite the adverse weather conditions. The performance comes shortly after the group's recent comeback last month, which marked their return to the global music scene.
Thousands of spectators gathered in Mexico City for the 183rd annual reenactment of the Passion of the Christ. It marks the first staging of the centuries-old tradition since it was recognized as intangible cultural heritage of humanity by the UNESCO.
Thousands of worshippers and spectators gathered in Iztapalapa for the 183rd annual reenactment of the Passion of Christ, marking the first staging of the centuries-old tradition since it was recognized as intangible cultural heritage of humanity by UNESCO. Actors and devotees recreated key biblical scenes across the borough's streets, drawing large crowds and highlighting the cultural and religious significance of one of Mexico's most emblematic Holy Week events. Local authorities said security and crowd management measures were intensified to accommodate the influx of participants and tourists, while organizers emphasized the historical importance of preserving the tradition amid ongoing international attention. The event featured dozens of actors portraying Jesus, Roman soldiers, and other biblical figures, with elaborate costumes and live performances along the city streets. Spectators, including international tourists, joined in the solemn processions, underscoring the global interest in the UNESCO-recognized tradition. Organizers said the recognition aims to preserve the ritual for future generations, while promoting Mexico's rich cultural heritage on the world stage.
Hanoi has emerged as a growing hub for world-class performing arts, hosting a series of high-profile international and domestic dance productions over the past month. The Vietnamese capital has welcomed acclaimed acts including the Russian State Ballet and Chinese troops while blending classical and traditional Vietnamese art forms.
Over the past month, Hanoi has hosted a series of international and domestic dance performances, putting the Vietnamese capital on the map as a destination for world-class arts. The Russian State Ballet performed 3 nights of classical ballet, including the Nutcracker and Romeo and Juliet, with tickets reportedly selling out for every show. Audiences praised the performances for bringing familiar stories to life on stage. Renowned Chinese dancer Yang Liping presented 4 performances of the Peacock, with 50 tons of props and costumes shipped from China to ensure artistic quality. Organizers highlighted the role of international standard theaters such as Hoog Room Opera in accommodating such large-scale productions. Vietnamese artists are also gaining recognition with contemporary works like the Ballet d'Eau, which blends classical ballet with traditional folk elements including Chu-Tu puppets, woven mats, and bamboo fish traps. Experts say these productions are helping Vietnamese arts reach a global audience while preserving cultural roots. Cultural industry leaders note that audiences are attending not only for entertainment but also to engage with the country's artistic and cultural growth, signaling a positive trajectory for Vietnam's cultural sector.
Thailand's historic city has kicked off its Songkran celebrations with elephants, parades, and large-scale street festivities, drawing crowds of locals and tourists to mark the Thai New Year.
10 elephants from the Ayutthaya Elephant Palace and Royal Kraal, decorated with vibrant floral patterns, led ceremonial processions through the ancient capital, becoming the centerpiece of the opening day celebrations. The festivities, scheduled from April 13 to 15, have transformed the UNESCO World Heritage City into a hub of water play, with designated city island zones allowing residents and visitors to take part in coordinated water splashing events using trucks, barrels, and street gatherings. Traditional cultural performances, including long drum parades and tuk-tuk processions, are running alongside modern attractions such as foam parties, reflecting a blend of heritage and contemporary celebration. A highlight of the program includes a 2-kilometer parade route and interactive water activities with elephants near the city pillar shrine, which organizers say aim to showcase Ayutthaya's cultural identity while boosting tourism. Local authorities have also encouraged visitors to extend their participation beyond the festivities by visiting nearby ancient temples, where religious rituals and offerings are being held to mark blessings for the Thai New Year. Officials say the celebrations are designed not only to promote tourism, but also to preserve cultural traditions, while ensuring safety measures are in place for the large crowds expected over the 3-day festival.
Thousands of people gathered along the Han River in South Korea's capital to celebrate the Spring Flower Festival as cherry blossoms reach full bloom. The annual festival in Seoul has drawn locals and tourists alike, marking the arrival of spring with vibrant floral displays and cultural festivities. Hundreds of people flocked to the Spring Flower Festival as cherry blossoms reached full bloom in South Korea's capital, marking one of the city's most popular seasonal events. The festival, held annually along the Han River, attracts both local residents and international tourists eager to witness the spectacular display of pink and white blossoms. Visitors line along the riverside paths to admire the blooming trees, take photographs, and participate in cultural activities organized for the event. Photo stalls, live performances, and traditional music accompanied the scenic walks, creating a festive atmosphere that celebrates the arrival of spring. Festival attendees say that people come to see the cherry blossoms to feel the beginning of spring and get a sense of a fresh start, highlighting the symbolic importance of blossoms in Korean culture. City officials reported that security and crowd management measures were in place to ensure the safety of visitors amid the large turnout. Well, this brings us to the end of this episode of The World This Week. We hope you enjoyed as much as we did bringing it to you. We shall see you again next week with a new episode. Also, do follow us on our website www.nepaltelevision.com and our social media handles as well as our YouTube channel. Till then, take care and bye-bye.
Our vision started in 2022 to promote research-oriented university education. Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology is located in Chitlang, Mokwanpur, far away from the hustle and bustle of the town. Nepal's first research-oriented public university focuses on science, technology, and innovation, offering interdisciplinary graduate programs designed to address Nepal's development challenges. Madan Bhandari University provides PhD and master's programs in organic agriculture, forest biomaterial science and engineering, sustainable and resilient infrastructure, and artificial intelligence data science. The university emphasizes hands-on research, community engagement, and practical problem solving with scholarship programs available for selected students. Professor Rajendra Dhoj Joshi, president of the university, describes the university as a beacon of hope for Nepal's higher education, highlighting its mission to build a prosperous and just Nepal by linking science and technology to national development.
Every Nepali dreams about making Nepal big. I understand that world-class universities need a lot of resources, primarily, as you have said, unless we are able to provide free education, tuition free, then provide scholarships. Good students, bright students do not stay in Nepal. Resource is our biggest constraint. In terms of management, governance, we do not have problem. Students, teachers and management is single family. We do not quarrel. We do not have any problem. The only problem is the resource. We cannot say that simply because we do not have money, we will not deliver courses. because we have the mission of building prosperous Nepal. It's our duty, everyone's duty to build Nepal. Within 10 years, we would have transformed the country in terms of building technological capacity. Now we have 65 students. 65 students are doing research. So they will implement 65 projects in the country. After 10 years, probably thousands of students will have their own industry, their own products. So they will be able to sell in the international market or displace imports. So in that terms, we would like to see, or we are confident that we will make a change. Nepal's GDP will start growing, and we no longer will be pessimistic country as we are.
The university students are engaged in cutting-edge research. One PhD scholar in mycology science is exploring the future applications of mushrooms, while another is studying nutrients and vegetables and mushrooms, including phytotoxicity and fish testing, as part of applied food and environmental science research.
Our field visit, mushroom foraging visit in the rainy season, and take out the baskets and go in the field and pick up the mushrooms and label them and study morphologically, identify using the books and articles, and bring the mushroom here in the laboratory, clean them, and we dry the mushroom in dehydrator, and after drying we perform extraction using 80% alcohol in rotovac, and after the extraction is performed we test the mushrooms against the human pathogens also.
हामीले लोकलहरुसँग बसेर उहाँहरुसँगै जंगल जान्छौं, जंगलबाट हामीले उहाँहरुसँगै बसेर कलेक्ट गर्छौं। त्यसरी कलेक्ट गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ 50+ एडिबल मशरूम चाहिँ हामीले डकुमेन्ट गरेका छौं। साथसाथै हामीले अब डिफरेन्ट सर्वेहरु गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ जस्तो बुढापाकाहरुको तुलनामा भर्खरको यङ जेनेरेसनहरुमा चाहिँ मशरूमको नलेज चाहिँ घट्दै गएको चाहिँ देखिरा छौं। त्यही भएर चाहिँ हामीलाई इम्पोर्टेन्ट एउटा एस्पेक्ट के लाग्यो भनेपछि हाम्रो जंगलमा यति धेरै रिसोर्सेस छ, त्योसँग एसोसिएटेड नलेजहरु यति धेरै छन्, तर बिस्तारै अब पढाइको कारणले, अब माइग्रेसनको कारणले अथवा वैदेशिक रोजगारको कारणले त्योहरु चाहिँ बिस्तारै हराउँदै गइराछन्। हो त्यही भएर चाहिँ हामीले एउटा इम्पोर्टेन्ट एस्पेक्ट लागेको चाहिँ त्यो कुरा नलेजहरुलाई चाहिँ डकुमेन्ट गरेर राखौं, अब आर्टिकलहरु हुन सक्छ अथवा बुकै भएर पब्लिश गरौं भनेर चाहिँ हामीले सबै डकुमेन्ट गरेका छौं। अब त्यसको चाहिँ बुकहरु चाहिँ बनाउने
The university is equipped with advanced facilities, including a sophisticated gas chromatography mass spectrometry machine used to analyze natural and organic products. Researchers are also conducting wall mortar tests to study the efficiency and sustainability of traditional stone houses. Additionally, the university has a dedicated bamboo research program focusing on species such as Bambusa balcua and Bambusa nutans. This work contributed to the Manual for Design of Bamboo Structures 2025, developed by the Ministry of Urban Development and the Department of Urban Development and Building Construction. Madan Bhandari University held its first ever commencement ceremony, marking a milestone in the university's young history. Graduates shared how the university provided them not just with knowledge, but also hands-on experience, opportunities to grow, and a sense of hope for the future.
This place is so beautiful. Every corner has a site that is so mesmerizing, and there are various memories. One of the memories I'd like to share is that while working in the lab up to 8 to 9 p.m. starting from very early to 8 to 9 p.m. in the lab, I remember how hectic those days were. Even we didn't have the time for the tea breaks, and how our friends from other faculties has waited for us to make sure I reach home safe. I'd like to share an incident that was happened in my journey. Since I am working in a PPBC lab, one of our intern was once bitten by a snake. It was like 7-8 p.m. So I immediately informed. That was also a Saturday. The university was closed, but we were working. We work 7 days a week. So we were working, and while returning, she got bitten by this snake. We immediately informed the university, and the university arranged immediate rescue from here to Kathmandu and to complete care of the situation. That felt more than institutional. It felt more personal, human.
The university offers tuition waivers and competitive scholarships for both master's and PhD programs, including monthly stipends for selected PhD candidates. Madan Bhandari University collaborates with industry partners such as the CAN Federation to promote ICT education and provide opportunities in artificial intelligence and data science. By combining research, practical learning and industry engagement, Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology aims to develop skilled professionals and future leaders who contribute to Nepal's economic and technological growth. Run by a board of trustees in an exemplary model of a university, the Madan Bhandari University ultimately aims to be the linkage in establishing a robust science, technology and innovation STI ecosystem in the country where research is a rare priority.
Now we move on to the second part of the program, the panel discussion we are having on world-class university in Nepal, feasibility and relevance. As usual, I have the esteemed presence of 6 panelists. In this part of the panel discussion, we head to funding for research and matching funds. That is the theme of the segment coming up next. Without adequate funding, neither universities nor research can thrive. We all know that. Yet there is limited recognition that students constitute the primary human resource for research. Moreover, current policies are often short-term and tied to fiscal years, whatever fundings are allocated, leaving researchers and universities barely 6 months or even less than that sometimes to complete their entire project, and that's a pretty impractical time frame as well. Based on these backgrounds, realities, we now head to Professor Salmi. What funding policies, Professor Salmi, are followed by developed countries or the countries that have the best world-class universities?
An example I read about today, which comes from a small country in Europe called Luxembourg. They have just one public university, and they decided that they would increase the funding by 20%. And not only that, but it's going to be a 4-year commitment from government. So that's very important because it gives stability. As you rightly said, for 6 months to do research is not very helpful. If you are the president of a university, if you want to attract top-level researchers, whether you're talking about your professors or about the students, you need to guarantee that you have funding for more than 6 months. So it's good practice. Denmark is another country that has performance agreements with its universities, providing funding for at least 3 or 4 years. Hong Kong used to have the UGC, like here, that offers a budget, a 4-year budget on a sliding base. So 1 year to the other, it's readjusted. So when you lead the university, you are assured that you have enough resources, not for 6 months, not for 1 year, but at least 4 years. So I think that's a good practice. When you recognize that research and knowledge are your principal elements of wealth, then you need to provide the funding that is aligned with this recognition.
It should be a multi-year model or a long-term funding basis. Professor Fortier, if I can come to you, how can, let's say, government effectively fund, or the government can be assured by the universities to fund in research?
Yes, I think the best way is for government to let granting agencies do their jobs. And the way the granting agencies do their job is by bringing experts from around the world to panels that will evaluate the proposals of research grants. That's the best way we do. The government should not interfere in that, should have no say in that. Let the people who really know about the field advise us, recommend which ones should be funded. And so that is very important, to leave that decision in people who are really expert in the field to help you make that decision. So that's something that we do. Hands off from government, let people who really know about it. Now, you Professor Salmi said that long term, in Canada we will have up to 7 years when we try to attract the very best people and to be leader in areas of research. 7 years is very important. Most of the grants are 3 to 5 years. For students, it's also fairly long term, so that they know, they don't have to worry. I'm in the midst of doing my PhD. I don't know if I'll have money next year, next month. You need to have long-term funding also for students, as well as for the research grants of the university. That's very, very important to have the long-term commitment to research funding. There's another point that is important as well, is to have a certain level of patience, because there are things that you can do in a short period of time. So when I was at NSERC, we would have a very short-term program, which was, we want you to have an interaction with the private sector. We want you to see if you could work together. I call it a first date. And so the private sector would come with a particular area where they needed help. And so this would be a short-term program. See if we can work together well. And then if we do, then we can move into a longer-term relationship and a longer-term funding programs. That's very good to do. But in other areas, patience is essential. You have to be humble a little bit and realize that you cannot predict the future ahead, and be patient and believe that people who are so smart can maybe see the future a little bit better than you can, and support them.
It's always uncertain.
Yes, the future is uncertain, but what is not uncertain is the ability of human to be creative and to deliver and to be committed to delivering. That's not uncertain.
All right, I go to Professor Ramakrishnan now. Best practices of funding mechanisms, basically in building up this science, technology and STI, the ecosystem that we talk about. What are your observations on that?
I think I have 3 suggestions. First one is, these are based on my experience in Singapore, as well as what I have seen around the world. Nepal need to set up a very high level national research foundation, because without such a foundation, there is no clear confidence among the research community there is a funding source and one could rely on. And most of the countries that are progressing very well in this path, they actually have a national research foundation. Second suggestion is, even though governments work on yearly, but there is also necessary to work on the concept of block grants. So it's a 3-year block grants given to the university. It's a negotiation between the government and the universities. When you have this 3-year planning, there is a certain level of certainty, and that gives a bit of autonomy for the universities. So I would recommend 3-year block grant system to be implemented in Nepal. Number 3, third suggestion is, it's very important to build endowment for the universities, and one way is matching resources. As the university creatively brings resources, government should think about matching those funds so that endowment builds up very quickly. So we have done it in Singapore, and now I'm actually seeing that at Tsinghua University as well. So I heard from the audience, already you have parked resources like a carbon tax, green tax is there. You also have CSR funds which are also limited by the current guidelines. I think that's fine, that's the past. But if you are a future looking country, it's about how do we now look at the best practices in the world and absorb them. So one could look at carbon tax, green tax, as well as the CSR funds. They could be used for matching resources. And then you are now accelerating the endowment build up at the universities, which are guided towards high quality research. And that's how you build a world-class position in whatever areas you choose.
So my question is, who should play the role in convincing the government to make policies that can divert these funds to the areas of research? Is it the academia or is it the political leadership, or who it should be?
I think it's both. So again, I go back to our experience. I'm not promoting one country, but it's good to give suggestions based on the actual cases. So that's why I keep saying that. So I think the policies should be shaped together, and also in this case, probably you could also include some international people. The reason is they have a lot of experience, and unless you go out and see yourself, you may not know it. So again, we had this international panel that actually advised the government, but is appointed by the government. So the government leaders, policy makers, ask the questions, get the inputs, then they formulate their own policies that are unique to own conditions. So I think that is the way forward.
Mr. Jyoti, from an industrial perspective, how do you envision the role of private sector leadership in supporting Nepal's research universities?
Envisaged has already started some initiatives in this exercise. I think some of the industries who have joined the partnership became partners for research. They have now coming from this organic agriculture field mostly, and that's as is pointed out by our panelists, that seems to be our competitive strength in future. So, and also these companies are not very large, and so the very satisfying part is these small companies have already understood what products they were handling, and they saw that yes, this Envisaged probably is a good partner for us to improve our business and maybe enhance or scale up our operations. That is a very, very good sign. And I think these few companies, I think, are going to attract many more in the coming days. Then of course there are larger industries, and they also sometimes individual industries, but as our Mr. Biren Pandey, he heads the Confederation of Industries, so they are also sectors of industries. So I think we'll have to approach individual companies are the best in my opinion, because I think it's much easier to deal with them. But also I think they may be need for particular, depending on the nature of the problem, we may have to deal with the entire sector of a particular industry, and we have associations for most of the sectors. So that I think also is a very promising field. But I think the best way to proceed is the products or output we make, and we make it, publish it or make it aware to the larger audience. Especially today, I think is a very good example of people who didn't know about Envisaged. They now know that there are 3 graduates already, so such publicity and creating awareness, communicating, I think will create a very good atmosphere for collaborating. And I think industries are waiting to see such things happen. They need it, and they want the right partnerships to happen. So I think there will be a need, but I think we'll have to tackle some of the factors, maybe patents and confidentiality, conflict of interest. Few things we'll have to manage properly, but I think we are on the right track.
I move on to Mr. Pandey now. Can interdisciplinary research that integrates, let's say, engineering with environment, with AI, with technology, will it help build a sustainable research ecosystem in Nepal? As a private sector leader, your expectations on that?
That's really very important. I mean, we just can't think of silos. Things are so interdisciplinary, interrelated, cross-cutting issues. So that has to be, taken into account to get the synergy out of the system. The AI and this is everywhere. It's in every operations, the technology is there. So it is really, really very important to have that perspective. At CNI as well, we're trying to see how we can reach to $100 billion economy in the next 10 years. We've identified 8 or 9 different growth sectors, but they're all interrelated. So, and that synergy has to be built in. Otherwise, we'll miss out on a lot of things. So this is really very important what AMBUS is doing, and there's definitely we have to see in that direction.
I go to Professor Joshi now. Why interdisciplinary way of teaching, learning method that you have adopted at AMBUS, Professor Joshi?
Life is holistic. Problems are holistic. You cannot solve part of the problem. Because of that, interdisciplinarity is compulsory. And Madan Bhandari University does not have department for that matter. Departments tend to limit discourse within a silo. For example, if we look at forest biomaterials engineering and science and engineering program, which is basically program aligned to the needs of forest biomaterial sector, we have a chemical engineer, we have a biotechnology expert, we have a structural engineer, and we have environmental science expert. It's one program but 4 disciplines. And also we never say that what did you study at some stage. For example, a physicist has become chemical engineer, that's fine with us. In Nepal, nobody will employ physicists with chemical engineering, correct? So actually many discoveries occur in between disciplines. Not only technical disciplines, going beyond technical disciplines. So interdisciplinarity is very important. As long as you stifle or try to put in a box everything, silos, it will not work. That's the experience of many universities. We being a university, we are fortunate enough to get rid of that structure.
If you allow me to ask this question, Professor Joshi, research is futuristic, but what we struggle, our society, is more day-to-day practical knowledge. So how is that linked, research, to our day-to-day practical uses? How can university like AMBUS also bring research-oriented things to day-to-day practical uses?
I do not want to put in 2 boxes, futuristic and day-to-day importance. We do both. Because of the pressing problems, we need to focus on a number of many problems which are day-to-day problems. And if we do not look at futuristic problem, then we will remain mediocre. We will not be able to make quantum jump. So I have to look at both. For example, why we are working on bamboo? It's not futuristic in a sense, but more than 10% of the people live in bamboo houses. Poor people live in bamboo houses. But you cannot afford to bring cement and concrete to all hilltops, correct? You have to walk for a couple of days with sacks of cement and steel rod. And also it is not environmentally friendly. Now we have a knowledge and skills which says that we can use bamboo reasonably well, we can use timber reasonably well. We needed stick structure or concrete structures for multi-story building. Now we have technology called laminated lumber, laminated timber, which can build 30-story buildings. And we can have bamboo which can produce 2-3-story buildings as comfortable as other buildings. Because of that, we do need to look at day-to-day problems also. If you do not solve day-to-day problems, then it will become ivory towers for many people.
Maybe today's futuristic research will be tomorrow's day-to-day problem again.
Oh yes, that's true. That's very much true.
All right. Thank you, Professor Joshi. On this segment of the panel discussion, we would like to conclude with this remark from Professor Joshi. On the next segment of the panel discussion with the 6 panelists we will move on to hiring competent faculty in universities. Where universities do hire competent faculties, do they give priority to the masses or do they give priority to the class only? All right. Backbone of world-class university, which we already discussed, should there be international students also to be a world-class university or not? Or the the enrollment process that will select the cream of the students and identify them not just by their marks and certificates, but also by their learning attitude and rest of the things. We will concentrate our discussion on this theme in the last segment of our discussion. Professor Salmi, obviously being at the first seat, my first question comes to you. You have seen universities around the world, you have worked with government around the world. Well, what are the best practices in getting the best faculties in universities, or even best students, enrolling the best students, best talents in the country?
Well, I think, as Professor Fauci mentioned earlier, if you are a well-established university, you have prestige, you have a name, you have a reputation. And that's how you don't have to worry. You have to be just selective because you will have many more candidates than you can afford to, right? I mean, if we think about Harvard, they get top of the top, not only from the US, but from all over the world, right? The challenge is when you are a new university, like Amboss. And if you allow me to share an experience from an institution that I really admire called Olin College of Engineering, that started just 15 years ago. And they are located south of Boston or Cambridge, where you have MIT, where you have Harvard, you have is it Northeast University, and also so what they did was very original. They decided that they would not base their recruitment only on the grades and the SAT results of the students, but they advertised that they were looking for risk-taking young people because they were going to offer a totally different way of learning in teams, interdisciplinary learning, and if you know what I was trying to convey is that here you are you're not known and you're next to very good institutions, and yet they were able to attract them. And how did they select them? They brought them for a few days, they pre-selected because they had many applicants, and then they got them to do activities as a group. So for example, they had a big bag with lots of heterogeneous objects, and they told them, you have 2 hours to build a bridge. And the idea was not about really building a bridge, but about seeing how they would work together. Another exercise was to ask them to debate a very controversial topic. I mean, today it would be vaccines. Does it make sense? Is it a public health issue, or is it an individual choice issue? Well, you don't have really always a clear answer, like the death penalty. And the point was not to come to the right answer, but to observe how they would make their
arguments.
case and how they would listen to other people's arguments and respect them, be open. And in that way, they were able to attract and select very dynamic, empowered young people. And I must say, when I interacted with students and the graduates of Amboss yesterday, I could see this kind of entrepreneurial, dynamic, futuristic behaviors and attitudes that I think is the best way to attract people, because at the end of the day, it's people who make a great university.
What about the faculties? How to retain them?
Well, again,
with a pay scale that would not match any developed countries that we have, how would universities like Amboss retain the best of the best faculty members?
I think that we assume too often that faculty members are only driven by the pay and the salaries, right? And if I can mention again this example of Olin College of Engineering, one specific feature they had different from other universities in the US, that no tenure. The professor would be on contract, and yet they were able to attract professors from MIT, from Stanford, because these professors who had tenure, but they were intrigued by this new way of teaching and learning, and so you had these professors who gave up, who left their zone of comfort, who came to All-In, and I think we've already seen it, and President Jose is better placed to mention some specific cases of professors who were comfortable elsewhere. I mean, I met your AI professor who had a very comfortable and prestigious position in the UK, who came to help you with this new project. I mean, if you have an exciting, stimulating, innovating project, you will have professors who will risk. And I know that Professor Siram, when he left his comfort zone in Singapore, going to Tsinghua, and he was telling us everything is in Chinese, he doesn't speak a word of Chinese, and yet look at him happy to risk this new adventure in a different environment.
What are the effective strategies that you apply in recruiting the faculties and selecting the students? You already spoke about that earlier.
Yes.
So just let's concentrate on the faculties.
Well, in selecting the students, as was said, of course, the accomplishment prior to applying to university is important, particularly at the undergraduate level, more than at the graduate level. So that is important. But one rule, and it's a very strict rule, it is completely independent of your personal economic situation. It doesn't matter who you are, who your parents were, the decision will be made simply on your own merit as an individual. I remember clearly meeting a very wealthy family in Montreal, where McGill is, and they told me, I was just arriving in the role, they said, Madame, I was refused at your university. You didn't accept me. How is that? I'm a Molson. Well, because we accept the student on their own merit, not on the merit of their parents or whatever. So that is very important, completely separating the economic situation and so on, and simply on the individual and what they can bring to university, their achievement, academic, but also outside of the academic area. So that's very important. In terms of professor, of course, if you already have a rank as a top university, you have many, many applicants, so you don't have. But what is very important, particularly for research, is who will you be joining, and the environment, the community. This, with a more mature university, who are already there in your research area that you'll be able, or another area you'll be able to do collaborative research with. In a university that is brand new, it is also the spirit of building a community. What kind of environment do you want to build? What kind of approach you want to build there? And you have that opportunity. This is incredible. Jean-Emile said too, it's incredible to say, I'm at the beginning here. We will be building our own community with the values that we want to see in our own community. It's very appealing to people. And one thing I've learned from students is that, yes, of course, financial elements are not insignificant all the time, but there are better incentive and the sense of purpose. What is my purpose? At the end of the day, what am I contributing to society? What will be my purpose? And I think that's an advantage of a university like MBAS, because the purpose is a very compelling purpose. To build prosperous and just Nepal, how much of a purpose do you want to have in life than that? It's absolutely engaging, and you say, I will make good of what I was given to me, and my life will be worth living if I follow that mission.
Thank you, Professor Fortier. There, I would definitely love to hear the journey of Professor Ramakrishna, one of the most sought-after scientists in the world himself, from Singapore to Tsinghua University in China. That would also speak about what the faculties, or the professors, the lead researchers, they look for when in their job placement as well. We would like to hear your innovation more about your nanofabrics and how your journey from, can you share a little bit of your journey from Singapore to Tsinghua University in China?
Well, I think I will go back to full life story. So I started the life in India, then went to UK, then I was in Japan, US, Singapore, and now in China. So what it means is not all researchers are similar. They have their own attraction points. So one key point I believe from my personal experience is when an ecosystem is welcoming, it's like someone is inviting you to their family. I think you would ignore everything else. You would want to give a try. So that the welcoming feeling is extremely necessary. That means the whole system, we're talking about the whole university, need to value the person that he's joining the family. I think that gives a lot of motivation. This is in addition to what my colleague said. There is a purpose, there is also opportunity, and there's also something you want to do new. So my own experience is Singapore. It's a wonderful place. I have a very successful career, and it's really nice place to work and also live. Then the question is, why would I choose to go to Tsinghua? There are many factors. There is a lot I can do by being in Tsinghua to Singapore, to our university. So I went to Tsinghua University. First thing I did is actually build a partnership between National University of Singapore and Tsinghua University. So I brought them together. So that means it's not actually win or lose, actually it's a win-win. So you start looking at people, they seize the opportunity, they would actually maximize even more. And now we're actually working toward how to bring more opportunities between the countries so we could do more things. So the second part is, we all know China is the manufacturing base of the world. And I'm a scientist, as you explained. My core research is nanotechnology, and I focus on fibers. And fibers generally seen as used in garments, textiles. And no doubt, we have innovated the textiles and garments. They're antimicrobial, anti-stain. There are many functionalities, and those products are on the market. But this technology is actually we developed in Singapore, but the industries are in China, the large-scale textile industries. So we need to work with them.
So collaboration is inevitable in a sense.
Inevitable. So they have the scale, they have the necessary manufacturing. So we need to fuse our innovation there, and then we create the products in the quickest possible time. So then we are looking at it's an interdisciplinary. So we start looking at fibers. Can they be understood from a different way? The best example is all of us, all the living beings in the world, will not function if they don't have fibrous structures inside. So all your bodies, my body, is made of submicron fibers. We call them collagen fibers. So it's fibrous. And they're all organized in a very unique way. And they actually direct the cell function and behavior. Today you are able to think, or today you are able to function certain things. That's because these fibers surrounding the cells, there is an interplay. So this is our fundamental knowledge we discover. And then we try to bring that knowledge to new forms of medical treatment. So for example, diabetic wound management, and many others. So we're looking at fiber-based systems for treating diseases. That's one way. Another one, we normally see textiles as just passive systems. But imagine you are wearing whatever you are wearing that actually senses all your five senses. Plus in the future, we think we can also sense your brain. The idea is this. We all have 5 senses. You're beginning to think this guy started.
So
the
where
lecture.
you adding the 6th sense in clothes now?
Yeah, but I want to explain it because people will misunderstand what I mean by 6th sense. This is a spiritual country, so I got to be very careful. So generally we have 5 senses. The brain processes the information. My point is, or my question is, when the brain processes the information, how you are aware? That's because brain is also a sensor. So brain is a processor, brain is a sensor. So we are now trying to use fibers to understand the brain processes and how brain senses. Pick those signals and the 5 senses, we integrate them, if you want to call them 6 senses. So again, it's a simple concept of fibers. We push it to the boundaries.
Is it a possibility, Professor Ramakrishnan, according to the situation and the message delivered from the brain, my fiber changes accordingly? I need a, let's say, airbag at a time of an accident, my textile becomes an airbag, or I need a bulletproof vest when I'm going into a war zone, let's say it becomes a bulletproof jacket at the. Is it a possibility future?
Well, that's my future project. You're reading my mind. Mind to mind. So ANTA approached me recently. They actually gave me this project definition. They said, can we create a future fabrics that would change so that it would give those kind of functionalities. They actually sent me the 10 different areas that we need to work on. Absolutely. So they are even talking about, let's say, shoe. The shoe is generally for just normal purpose. For example, someone has issues with their muscles, so they actually cannot do exercise. The point is, can the future shoe do the exercise by measuring the situation there? It adjusts and actually externally influence the muscle fibers. So you can do that. So you can imagine in the future where you are collecting the information from the body and you are going back into the body through electromagnetic waves, light, sound, and then we can influence the behavior of the cells or whatever is there in our body and then generate the outcomes we need. That's basically what the companies are thinking.
It's fantastic to have a scientist like Professor Ramakrishnan, and wish you all the best that your research materializes pretty soon and your collaboration materializes pretty soon. It's a pleasure having you here in our studios at NTV World, Professor Ramakrishnan.
Can I say that I like to collaborate with Nepali scientists and I like to encourage as many as possible.
Thank you. A big round of applause for Professor Ramakrishnan. Going to Mr. Jyoti again. You are the chair of envisaged at the moment and leading also a leading industrialist in the country. What challenges have you faced in hiring, retaining, and when necessary, letting go the talents in envisaged?
Well, envisaged on paper, as a concept, an idea, we have been in existence for 10 years, but that was in our mind, especially Professor Rajendra Joshi's heart. Not only mine, it was in his heart also. And then I think 3 years ago we became an act and we started to become a piece of legislation. But within a year of that legislation, I think we have very quickly formed the Board of Trustees, which was had to be done by Cabinet. So I think there was a very good support from the government also. They understood some of the things we are trying to do, some of the new things we are trying to do. And I think this eminent Board of Trustees also put together a set of policies to move forward. So I think within BOT and within the university, I don't think there have not been many problems because all of them have been involved right from the conception. So they understand what envisaged is trying to do. And we also understand we have to give the management, the president and the faculty and the students the freedom to operate the best way, proceed. Only our job is to create the right procedures and the policies so that we are on track and also when we talk about governance, we talk very loudly about governance. So we should be a model of governance. So that is what I think the Board of Trustees will particularly be very aware of. So I don't think we haven't reached a stage when we have a problem of retaining, hiring, and or letting go of people. We haven't reached that stage. And I also don't think that will happen, because I think only the very motivated people will be with Envisaged. That is the, I think, true character of Envisaged.
Do you think the universities, since you are industrialists as well as a Board of Trustees in one of the universities, hiring system in a university, does it make a university robust or world class? Does it help become robust?
It's definitely, I mean, the human resources that we have makes the institutions great. You know, I mean, this is the fundamental that we have to look at, and how we can attract competent people, deserving candidates, and how we can retain them. That's very, very, very critical. And as our eminent panelists have mentioned, it's not only one element that the potential person that's coming to the university might be a student or faculty. There are multiple factors, and how best we can motivate them and enhance their personality as a student or as a faculty, how we can inculcate the sense of purpose in them. This is really critical. And being a university, very young university, with such a great sense of purpose and vision, definitely we can attract the most prominent minds to our universities. That's for sure, we can do that.
What is the recruitment and hiring policy of your university, Professor Joshi?
It is very different from one we are used to. We do not give numbers anymore. Numbers for PhD, numbers of years of experience, number of so many papers. Hiring is not science. It is not science, it's arts actually. You cannot measure everything. Very often we tend to think that by measuring everything we make the right choice. Actually, we do not make right choice that way. And it was taught because we have international selection committee, including Professor Fortier. We had some hunch that probably that's the right way to go. But in Nepal, breaking with the recruitment system was very difficult. So we have entirely new system of hiring, whereby we interview each candidate, sometimes multiple times, to find out who is right and which is wrong. And we basically do not put numbers. We write a summary saying that these are the reasons why particular candidate is better than others. So it's revolution in terms of changing. Then actually why people come to us is the sense of purpose, as Professor Ford. That's the only thing which makes people come to us. Our system is very different. Also no tenure. When you try to hide with no tenure, probably people would be very sensitive, would not like to. And also we have broken away with the system of terms of employment of the government. We are entirely into different system whereby you fund daily basis. You cannot imagine. So, but because of the sense of purpose, because they think that they can contribute to something within the university, they have come. Actually our future faculty members were hired before the university was established. Now 1:2 supply. For every position there were 2 applicants. Applicants from international universities. And also a professor of Vietnamese university, dean of Open University in Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh City, has become our associate professor, honorary associate professor, which means that now we are increasingly to start attracting faculty members. Attracting faculty members has not become a problem now. In organic agriculture we have 2 positions, 16 people applied. So if you have sense of purpose and if you give liberty for working, for example, in our university, every professor has a laboratory of his own name. Laboratory Bhushan Shrestha, laboratory of Anupama, laboratory of Sabina, which in world university probably you have to have grey hair before having year 1 laboratory. Now we have year 1 laboratory, 1 year PhD students, year 1 research. So from that perspective, when people see that, they can grow together with the country. That's the most attraction. But I have to admit that we have not been able to give enough remuneration to them. So they are brave people working for future. But we would have been more successful. We could have more resources. But we are a university where our funding for teachers is not guaranteed. So it's very tricky place. But nevertheless, because of confidence, I think that new hiring system, giving liberty to people, sense of purpose will make it happen.
Will you be able to be as selective as you are at the moment when you are enrolling a limited number of students, and tomorrow when your enrollment becomes larger? Or do you want to put a ceiling on the enrollment itself so that your faculty also is as selective as you said right now?
Perfect. We do not want to go beyond 3,000 at any time. That's the capacity our land can hold. And for a few years, our chairperson has already said probably 200 we will cap. After 10 years, probably 800. Because world-class universities built now, nobody will build large. Historical world-class universities were built like teaching universities, so they were large. Actually, research students are not very large. At this stage, we are 100% research. Everybody, so we will not grow large. So I do not think that if we grow, we will allow to have substandard teachers. Not at all. Our minimum standard is PhD. None of our universities require in Nepal PhD. And also we have recently refused a PhD, fresh PhD from reputed university because we didn't think that the candidate possesses enough experience. So we will be selective. Whether we will be able to continue to be selective depends upon our performance. If we perform well, we will continue to be selective. And of course our problem is we do not have enough funds. If we had enough funds, we would have been able to bring professors like Professor Sira. We are not in that mode as yet. We are in mode of attracting probably best PhD holders from abroad.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi there as well. So this concludes the final session of the panel discussion. We would go to the audience, an August audience we have in the studio of NTV World here.
Namaste. My name is Sandesh Neopane. I am a PhD scholar from Tribhuvan University. My question goes to Mr. Padma Jyoti sir. While European universities, world-class universities from Europe, are now taking admissions for 2027's end, that is December, universities in Nepal are now struggling whether or not to continue this year's 2026's intake for certain courses. So how do we project courses or take admissions for 2000 or 2 to 3 years later than in the present context than where we are today? How do we project what courses we require or how we take admissions for the future? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm very, very optimistic because envisaged has in a different, it's working in a slightly different way compared to the other universities. The courses we offer and also the limited seats we offer, because our target is only about 200 students in the near future, 150 and masters and about 50 PhD. And our first graduate has already come out. So they already came out, and next year again there will be more graduates who have passed out from our university. So the track we are on, I don't think envisaged will face the situation like the other universities. I think we should be okay because ours will be very research based and linked to actual needs of the country. And how do we know the country's needs? Industries are also an excellent communication channel through which we know what exactly the country needs. Now about the second question, whether industries, how can they influence some of the curriculum development in the universities so that the employability of the graduates, they improve. That was, I think, seems to be the question. I don't think we are industries, we are running business. We shouldn't be claimed to be experts in curriculum development, or you are professors. I think that will be a big mistake. But what we can do is tell the right people or colleges and universities that what exactly is the situation with us, what are our problems, where are we facing. If we tell them correctly, I think we should leave it to them to design a course.
Myself, Binita Silwal. I am studying Masters in Forest Biomaterial Science and Engineering program. And my question is for Professor Sriram Ramakrishna. As you mentioned earlier that Nepal need to catch up as quickly as possible, that we are lagging behind in comparison to China and America. So what kind of scientific intervention or innovations do you really think that Nepal should really adapt that are equally important and relevant for our country for the economic growth? Thank you very much.
Your question tells me, as an young mind, you grasp the situation of the world. It's clear these two countries are supercharging the future. And the question is how Nepal should plug into this process. I want to set the context. These two countries, I'm not ignoring other countries, there are many other good countries, but we just, for the sake of conversation, they are very large economies. And they invest lots of money in scientific research, higher education, all levels of education. So Nepal, we know, it's a country unique with a limited population and limited resources. So while that limitations are there, how can Nepal choose winning areas? Generally, we will not encourage, say, we should tell the scientists how to choose the winners. You follow your heart, your passion, pursue the research, be the world class. But given the current stage of Nepal and also the unique situation that's happening in the world, we would have to choose certain areas. And I would again look at what is Nepal and its composition. First thing is, Nepal is primarily an agricultural economy. So how can we improve the agriculture and the produces our high value add products with the most advanced techniques and standards? This is the way you would increase the agricultural economy and also make it much more global.
Hello, my name is Sabnam Subedi. I am a recent graduate from Envisaged. My question is to Professor Suzanne. To be a world-class university, is it really necessary to have international students also? And if so, what strategy would you suggest to adopt more international students? Additionally, since most of the Nepali graduates choose to abroad, how can university cope with these kind of problems?
A university that is old has the ability to attract students in every area of scholarship, which is great. But if you're young, what you need to do is focus, 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 focus. Don't try to attract students in everything, every area. You will not get there. But if you choose carefully certain area, my colleague here mentioned many, where you have a chance because of where you are, the environment, to attract students, then that's where you need to focus.
Thank you. Namaste. I'm Dr. Anupama Shrestha Saha. I'm a faculty member and agriculture expert as plant pathologist. My question is for Birendra sir. How can a government play a role in changing the corporate social responsibility policy so that industry can support research and development to the university in Nepal? Thank you.
We've been lobbying with the government and only a few months ago we had a meeting how we can best channelize that. At times what happens is the industries that have the institutional enterprise, they have the CSRs lying around, want to invest, and at times they're added back to their, so they're not tax deductibles, no, they're disallowed sometimes. So we have to make the systems very clear that these are the areas, probably the best investment that any enterprise or the industry can make. This R&D, research, and universities, and they should be allowed to do that. Some part of the legislation allows it, and some has some issues. So as CNI, we are working with that, and hopefully in the very near future we can resolve this, and maybe get some investments from that CSR domain. So I'm very hopeful in that.
Thank you. Fantastic to all our panelists for answering the questions from the audience. Research-based universities are world-class universities. World-class universities, first of all, need autonomy, robust financing model, selective approach in hiring and recruitment. Apart from that, the support, the linkage with industrial sector. These are some of the key factors that create world-class universities. And it's not that only developed countries can have world-class university. And Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology, MBUST, is on the way towards becoming a future world-class university in Nepal, in our very own small country of Nepal. Then I would also like to thank the audience who were so patient for their input as well. To all our viewers watching us on NTV World, thank you so much for being part of this show. With the entire crew of this special panel discussion, it's me, Devendra Subedi, saying bye-bye.
President Xi Jinping on Tuesday said China would play a constructive role in promoting peace talks in the Middle East during talks in Beijing with Abu Dhabi Prince Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. He outlined proposals focused on dialogue, respect for sovereignty, and stability across the region. Xi stressed that the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Gulf nations must be respected. He also called for upholding international law and a UN-based global order while improving coordination on security and development. The Abu Dhabi Royal is one of several leaders from countries impacted by the Middle East war to visit Beijing this week. Pope Leo XIV visited the Great Mosque of Algiers, marking a notable interfaith moment during his trip to Algeria. The mosque, with space for around 120,000 worshippers, is also known for its striking architecture, including a minaret rising 267 meters, considered the tallest of its kind. Its central dome, which crowns the main prayer hall, spans about 50 meters in diameter and reaches 70 meters in height, making it a prominent feature of the complex. The pontiff was received by the mosque rector Mohammed Mamoun Al-Qasimi before the two proceeded to the main hall for a brief private meeting. In the presence of Cardinal George Jacob Couvacard, prefect of the Dicastery for Interreligious Dialogue, and Cardinal Jean-Paul Vesco, Archbishop of Algiers. The trip marks the first time a pontiff has visited Algeria, a Muslim-majority nation. Large-scale preparations are underway in Angola ahead of Pope Leo XIV's upcoming visit as part of his first major African tour. Authorities and local communities are carrying out cleanup drives and restoration work to prepare for the pontiff's arrival on April 18th. In Luanda, the capital, officials are organizing receptions and logistical arrangements, while key religious sites, including the sanctuary of Our Lady of the Conception in Muxima, are being ready for expected masses and visit. The visit is expected to highlight themes such as inequality, corruption, and resource-related conflicts. Protests erupted outside the headquarters of Peru's National Office of Electoral Processes in Lima as voters denounced alleged irregularities and delays in the presidential election. Demonstrators accused authorities of mismanagement after logistical failures left polling stations opening hours late, while some remained closed throughout the election day. The chaos has led to legal action, including criminal complaints against senior electoral officials and the detention of one official linked to the delays. The unrest comes as Peru awaits final results from a tightly contested race to determine who will face Keiko Fujimori, the daughter of the disgraced former president, in a presidential runoff. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the Delhi-Dehradun Economic Corridor during a public event attended by senior central and state officials and a large gathering. The 213-kilometer 6-lane access-controlled highway has been built at a cost of over 12,000 crore Indian rupees. It includes 10 interchanges, an advanced traffic management system, and dedicated provisions for wildlife protection. The project is designed to significantly improve connectivity between Delhi and Uttarakhand. Officials said it will boost tourism, generate employment, and accelerate economic growth in key cities such as Dehradun, Haridwar, and Rishikesh. Greenpeace has warned that an uncontrolled collapse of the internal radiation shell at the defunct Chernobyl nuclear power station in Ukraine could increase the risk of radioactivity release in the environment. The warning comes ahead of the 40th anniversary of the 1986 disaster, which spread radiation across Europe and forced mass evacuations after a reactor at Chernobyl exploded. Greenpeace said the outer new safe confinement structure has been damaged and cannot be fully restored, heightening the danger if the internal shelter fails. Kyiv has accused Russia of repeatedly targeting the site since Moscow launched its full-scale invasion in 2022, including of a strike last year that pierced the outer shell. Ukrainian officials say ongoing war conditions, including the repeated strikes, are hampering repair efforts and increasing the risk. Experts warn that a collapse could release highly radioactive dust, fuel pellets, and enormous amounts of radioactivity from inside the sarcophagus. Israel came to a standstill on Tuesday as sirens marked a 2-minute nationwide silence in memory of the 6 million Jews killed during the Holocaust. Daily life paused at 10 a.m. local time, with traffic halting in a symbolic act of remembrance. The annual commemoration, observed according to the Hebrew calendar, is distinct from International Holocaust Remembrance Day on January 27. This year's observance comes amid a fragile ceasefire between Israel and Iran, following a deadly conflict that began in late February. Despite the truce, fighting continues between Israeli forces and Iran-backed Lebanese Hezbollah militants in southern Lebanon, with talks planned in Washington. Official ceremonies began Monday evening at Yad Vashem in Jerusalem. Officials say that around 111,000 survivors of the Nazi persecution still live in Israel. Indian and Pakistani Sikh pilgrims gathered at Gurudwara Panja Sahib, one of Sikhism's most sacred sites, during the Baisakhi Harvest Festival. The annual celebration drew devotees from both countries who came together to mark the religious and cultural occasion through prayers, rituals, and community gatherings. Baisakhi holds a deep religious, historical, cultural, and agricultural significance in Punjab and is widely observed across Sikh communities. Sikhs traditionally take part in processions known as Nagar Kirtan, visit Gurudwaras for blessings, and share meals from langars or community kitchens during the festival. As part of the observance, the Nishan Sahib, the sacred Sikh flag symbolizing identity and sovereignty, is ceremonially cleaned and reinstalled at Gurudwaras. Pahela Baishakh is being celebrated across Bangladesh with vibrant festivities marking the start of the Bengali New Year 1433. Deeply rooted in centuries of tradition, the festival brings people together beyond religious and social divisions, symbolizing unity and renewed hope. Cultural organizations are hosting day-long programs across the country. A key highlight is the colorful Baishakhi rally organized by the Faculty of Fine Arts at Dhaka University with the theme Harmony of the New Year, Revival of Democracy, drawing large crowds through the capital streets. Celebrations also include traditional Baishakhi fairs, attire and games, reflecting Bangladesh's rich cultural heritage. Festivities for Rongali Bihu are being celebrated today, marking the Assamese New Year. The festival also signals the start of the spring agricultural season, a celebration rooted in agrarian life and community bonding. The 7-day celebration begins with Goru Bihu, dedicated to honoring cattle. It is followed by the first day of the month of Bohag, which marks the new year. Communities take part in traditional Bihu dances, Husori performances, and prepare special foods such as pita. The festival reflects agrarian traditions and celebrates nature, fertility, and cultural identity. Lake Marmara in western Turkey has begun to recover after completely drying up in 2021, as recent rainfall has brought water back to the basin and revived the wildlife. Originally created in 1945 by the State Hydraulic Works for agricultural irrigation, the lake lies between the districts of Saruhanli, Salili, and Golmarmara in Manisa province. Water levels have now reached up to 50 centimeters in some areas. The return of water has also brought back natural life. Before it dried up, the lake hosted dozens of bird species and thousands of water birds, including pelicans and cormorants. With the lake refilling, migratory birds including flamingos, cormorants, herons, and many others have started to return once again.
In Vietnam's Hanoi, Last Fire Crew, in collaboration with the European Union, presented a contemporary dance production titled Water as part of the Connect to Change climate awareness campaign. The performance drew a strong response from young audiences and was inspired by the themes of wind, water, and sun. Through expressive choreography, the piece explored water's adaptability and resilience while reflecting on the impacts of climate change. Organizers said the production highlighted the importance of collective action and community responsibility in addressing environmental challenges. The campaign also aimed to encourage youth engagement in the green transition and promote more sustainable lifestyles. A 5-day catch-up vaccination campaign in Gaza targeting children under the age of 3 who missed routine immunizations during recent conflict has been completed. The drive reached more than 6,000 children despite challenging weather conditions and access constraints. Around 146 health teams delivered vaccines through fixed health centers and mobile units for families unable to reach facilities. The campaign was led by the Palestinian Ministry of Health with support from WHO, UNICEF, UNRWA, donors, and other partners. Health agencies said the effort highlights ongoing collaboration to protect children from vaccine-preventable diseases while strengthening routine immunization and disease surveillance systems.
Hello and welcome to The Perspective on NTV World. I am Sabika Shrestha, your host for the weekly current affairs program. Here we pick the major news of the week, unpack its significance and examine how today's decision shaped tomorrow's direction. This week's episode includes a growing standoff over Sunday OPD services and highway delays triggered by global supply shocks. We also look at Nepal's slowing economic outlook, gaps in private health sector compliance, sharp cuts to fuel perks for officials, and a major push towards electric vehicle conversion. Nepal's two-day weekend policy has sparked a dispute in the health sector after the government directed hospitals to keep OPD services open on Sundays. While the Ministry of Health and Population stresses the need for the uninterrupted patient care, the Nepal Medical Association has opposed the move, citing increased overload and lack of rest for healthcare workers. The government says it is working on a balanced system to ensure both continuous healthcare services and the well-being of medical staff. Here's a detailed report. The government of Nepal's decision to implement a two-day public holiday on Saturdays and Sundays for government employees has sparked a dispute in the health sector, with authorities mandating hospitals to continue outpatient department OPD services on Sundays. Following the new policy, several hospitals moved to close OPD services on both weekend days. However, the Ministry of Health and Population directed health institutions to keep OPD services open on Sundays to ensure uninterrupted healthcare access for the public. The move, however, has drawn mixed reactions from the public. Some have supported the government's decision, while a large number of patients argued that hospitals must remain open at all times as it falls under the essential services.
गर मात्रै भनेर भएन नि त मेन पावर चाहियो शिफ्टमा मिलाएर ड्युटी गर्ने भनेको छ तर शिफ्ट मिलाउनलाई त अर्को दिन फेरि यही हेम्पर पर्छ त्यसको लागि त पहिला मेन पावर हुनु पर्यो शिफ्टमा बस्नको लागि पनि नभए त त्यो त भएन नि त सबैलाई समान हुनु पर्यो
हस्पिटलका सीमितताका बावजुद पनि हिजो पनि खोल्न सकेकै हो आइतबार र आज पनि खोल्न सकिन्छ खोल्नै चाह्यो भने खोल्न सकिन्छ अब यसले चाहिँ जबरजस्ती प्राइभेटमा जाऊ बढी खर्च गर भन्ने अवस्थाको सिर्जना गर्छ ओपीडी सेवा चाहिँ 2 दिन लगातार बन्द हुनु हाम्रो जस्तो चलन चल्ती र हाम्रो जस्तो सिचुएसनमा धेरै राम्रो होइन.
However, the Nepal Medical Association, a professional umbrella organization for medical and dental doctors, has requested that the provision of 2-day leave be granted to medical professionals as well. General Secretary of NMA, Dr. Sanjeev Tiwari, said that emergency services have never been disrupted even during the weekends.
नेपाल सरकारले राजपत्रमै छापेर शनिबार र आइतबार बिदा दिएकोमा नेपाल चिकित्सक संघले यसको स्वागत गरेको छ र स्वास्थ्य तथा जनसंख्या मन्त्रालय के फेरि निकाल्यो भने हजुरको बन्द नगर्न अनुरोध गर्यौं र जनशक्ति पर्याप्त जनशक्ति मिलाएर चाहिँ अर्को दिन बिदा दिनु अथवा सट्टा बिदा दिनु भने यो कुनै हालतमा हुँदैन. हजुरको 48 सालबाट दरबन्दी नै थप्या छैन हैन. त्यही भएर कारणले यति नै जनशक्तिले चाहिँ यो नेपाल सरकार स्वास्थ्य तथा जनसंख्या मन्त्रालयले भनेको कुरा चाहिँ गर्न सकिदैन. अस्पताल कहिले नि बिदा बन्द हुँदैन. आकस्मिक सेवा 24/7 खुला हुन्छ.
The association has also pointed out inconsistencies, noting that while other sectors enjoy public holidays, healthcare workers are expected to maintain full services without adequate staffing arrangements or compensation mechanisms. The ongoing situation, meanwhile, highlights the challenge of balancing continuous public healthcare services with the well-being and capacity of medical professionals as Nepal transitions to a two-day weekend system. Whereas in Makwanpur, concerns have also been raised over the quality of healthcare as a significant number of private health facilities remain non-compliant with government standards. Weak monitoring and enforcement have been blamed for such negligence, posing serious risks in a sector where lapses can have life-threatening consequences. Here's a story.
The government of Nepal mandates comprehensive health standards focused on quality, safety and equitable access through frameworks such as the National Health Policy 2019. These standards regulate infrastructures, human resources, emergency services, water, sanitation and hygiene in health facilities. However, routine inspections conducted across various healthcare facilities in Makwanpur district, Nepal, have revealed serious concerns regarding public health compliance and systemic negligence. Many private healthcare centers operating in the district were found to be non-compliant with the minimum health services standard. An inspection led by the District Administration Office, Makwanpur, identified that several hospitals, polyclinics and pharmacies were providing services without meeting even basic requirements. At Sancho Hospital, services were being operated without valid license renewal. The emergency unit lacked essential medical supplies, including medicines and expired drugs, were found to be improperly stored and unmanaged. Similarly, Makwanpur Cooperative Hospital and Ramjanaki Medical Hall were found to be operating beyond their approved capacity of 25 beds, whereas a pharmacy at a city hospital was operating without a licensed pharmacist. Although authorized to sell allopathic medicines, the facility was also found selling Ayurvedic products and cosmetic without proper authorization.
औषधि पसलमा हुनुपर्ने जनशक्ति जसले चाहिँ औषधि बिक्री वितरणको लागि मापदण्ड अनुसार तोकिएको छ त्यो अनुसारको जनशक्ति नभएको कारणले गर्दा अस्पतालमा चाहिँ हामीले फार्मेसीलाई बन्द गरेका छौं उहाँहरूले सचेत पनि गराएका छौं पूर्वाधारहरू त्यसपछि औजार उपकरणहरू जनशक्तिहरू पुरा गर्नको लागि र त्यसअनुसार सेवा उपलब्ध गराउनको लागि गुणस्तरीय सेवा उपलब्ध गराउनको लागि हामी सचेत गराएका छौं.
In a sector as sensitive as healthcare, such negligence can pose a serious risk to human life if not addressed promptly through effective government monitoring and enforcement.
Now coming to the infrastructure sector. A crisis in the Middle East is now impacting Nepal's major highway projects, causing shortages of key construction materials like bitumen. This has slowed work on critical routes linking to Kathmandu to eastern and central parts of the country. Aprila Gising Lama takes a look.
A supply shock linked to escalating tensions in the Middle East is disrupting critical infrastructure projects in Nepal, slowing work on key national highways. In central Nepal, construction on the Araniko highway section between Surya Binayak and Dhuli Hill, which is an important route linking Kathmandu Valley to eastern regions, has been delayed. The 16-kilometer stretch, being expanded to 6 lanes, is about 67% complete after 3 years of work. Contractors say a shortage of bitumen, a key material used in asphalt, has affected progress. Delays in the supply of bitumen and rising prices have increased construction costs and slowed blacktopping work. Nepal relies on imported bitumen, and disruptions in supply have affected project timelines. Commuters along the Surya Binayak Dhuli Hill section are facing dust, mud and difficult travel conditions. With the monsoon season approaching, concerns are growing over further disruption. Meanwhile, upgradation progress on the Nagdunga-Muglin Road, a major gateway to federal capital Kathmandu, has reached around 50% completion. The route connects the capital to key national corridors, including the Muglin-Naranghat Highway, which links central Nepal to western regions and the Indian border. Contractors report multiple challenges, including shortages of construction materials, restriction on extracting river-based materials such as from the Trishuli River, and obstructions like electricity poles within the road expansion area. Fuel-related disruptions have also affected transportation of materials, due to which the construction entrepreneurs have called on the government to declare construction holiday. Authorities have been urged to facilitate material supply, remove obstructions, and ensure smoother coordination to continue construction work.
Nepal's economy is expected to slow significantly, with growth projected to drop from 4.6% to 2.7% in fiscal year 2026, according to the Asian Development Bank, as both domestic challenges and global pressures, including the Middle East conflict, weigh on the outlook. Siksha Bhattrai takes a look.
Nepal's economic recovery is facing mounting pressure from a convergence of global risks, according to the Asian Development Bank (ADB). For a remittance-dependent economy like Nepal, these external shocks directly affect household incomes, government revenue, and overall growth momentum. ADB Nepal Country Director Arna Kashwa said growth could reach 5.0% in fiscal year 2027, assuming recent shocks ease and the Middle East situation stabilizes. But he warns that recent developments suggest disruptions may last longer than expected.
Nepal has been, as we know, business climate is still not conducive enough for increasing investment, particularly foreign direct investment that will be needed for Nepal to generate the kind of jobs that are required. Energy, of course, is a critical asset for Nepal, and need to continue. There is prospect in hydropower, and prospect not only to secure the energy security of Nepal, which is not completely secured.
Remittances remain a key pillar of Nepal's economy, with a large share coming from workers in Gulf Cooperation Council countries. Any prolonged instability there could reduce job opportunities and slow income flows back to Nepal. At the same time, a temporary slowdown in outbound migration is also limiting remittance growth in the short term. Higher global oil prices are increasing import costs, putting pressure on Nepal's external balance. Tourism, another major source of foreign exchange, is also facing risks, particularly during the peak spring season. ADB projects the current account surplus will widen to 7.2% of GDP in fiscal year 2026, before narrowing to a 5.3% in fiscal year 2027 as import pressures and external risks persist. ADB warns of notable downside risks, including a prolonged Middle East conflict, weak capital spending, financial sector vulnerabilities, and climate-related shocks. Overall, Nepal's outlook reflects a wider global reality. Small, open economies, especially those reliant on remittances and imported energy, remain highly exposed to geopolitical tensions and global price volatility.
Amid this economic slowdown, the government has also moved to tighten spending, sharply reducing fuel allowances for officials, cutting benefits for many civil servants by nearly half as rising global oil prices and fiscal pressure add to the strain. The move comes as the country faces rising global oil prices, fuel supply constraints, and growing fiscal pressure. Siksha Bhattrai with Kamala Aryal brings more.
The government of Nepal has reduced fuel allowances for civil servants and senior officials as part of efforts to curb public spending and manage fuel supply challenges. The Ministry of Finance said the decision was driven by rising international petroleum prices, supply imbalances, and lower than expected revenue collection in the current fiscal year. Spokesperson of the Ministry of Finance stated that the measure aims to ensure efficient use of limited resources while maintaining essential government functions.
अब पेट्रोलियम पदार्थको आपूर्तिमा केही असहजता हुन सक्ने र त्यसको मूल्य वृद्धि यो दुवै पक्षलाई मध्यनजर गरेर अर्थ मन्त्रालयले जुन कार्य सञ्चालन निर्देशिका मार्फत जुन एउटा निश्चित सीमा तोकिया थियो कुन पदाधिकारीले कति इन्धन सुविधा पाउने भन्ने त्यसमा कार्य सञ्चालन निर्देशिका संशोधन गरेर त्यसमा केही कटौती भएको छ त्यसले पक्कै पनि यो खर्च मितव्ययिता र मध्यपूर्वले सिर्जना गर्ने सङ्कटलाई चाहिँ केही समाधान गर्न केही सहयोग पुग्ने अपेक्षा छ।
Under the new provisions, secretaries and high-ranking officials will now receive 70 liters of fuel per month, down from 125 liters. Similarly, joint secretaries will receive 50 liters, reduced from the previous 100 liters. Fuel allocations for office operations have also been cut significantly. Offices with up to 50 employees will now receive 35 liters of petrol and 50 liters of diesel, nearly half of the previous allocation. Additional fuel will be provided based on staff size, with 35 liters of petrol and 50 liters of diesel allocated for every additional 100 employees. Employees using two-wheelers will now receive only 8 liters of fuel per month, down from 12 liters. However, fuel facilities for ministers and constitutional office holders remain unchanged.
Nepal's economic slowdown is prompting a series of fiscal and energy-related policy shifts, with the government sharply cutting fuel allowances for officials by nearly half as global oil prices rise and fiscal pressure intensifies. At the same time, authorities have approved the conversion of petrol and diesel vehicles into electric under a 100-day action plan aimed at reducing emissions and fuel imports, although concerns remain over high conversion costs and implementation challenges. Here is the detailed story for more. The government's approval on converting internal combustion engine ICE vehicles into electric vehicles EVs is Nepal's yet another step toward cleaner and more sustainable transportation. For a country that stands as one of the top 5 importers of EVs in the world, the cabinet decision allows older petrol and diesel vehicles to be retrofitted with electric systems. Though the policy-level decision has been done, the nitty-gritties are yet to be cleared. As per existing law, modifying the engine of any vehicle is illegal in Nepal. The cabinet decision has removed the long-standing legal barriers that previously prohibited modifications to a vehicle's original structure. The move is expected to extend the lifespan of aging vehicles while reducing the country's heavy reliance on imported fossil fuels. Targeting high-emission vehicles, the policy prioritizes petrol cars older than 15 years and diesel vehicles over 10 years, many of which were nearing mandatory phase-out. Ministry of Physical Infrastructure and Transport will now develop a detailed regulatory framework within 3 months. The plan includes establishing certified conversion centers, approving standardized EV kits, and ensuring safety and quality control. Officials say the initiative builds on successful pilot projects led by innovators, including the National Innovation Center, demonstrating the feasibility of local EV conversion.
नेपाल सरकारले चाहिँ आइस भेहिकल भन्छ हैन डिजल र पेट्रोलबाट चल्ने सवारीहरूलाई चाहिँ विद्युतीय ऊर्जाबाट चल्ने सवारीमा परिवर्तन गर्ने त्यसले कन्भर्जन भन्छ हैन कन्भर्जन गर्ने नीति चाहिँ ल्याएको छ। अब त्यो नीतिसँग मिल्ने गरी हामीले अब मापदण्डहरू त्यो गर्दाखेरि के प्रक्रिया अपनाउनु पर्ने कसले गर्ने कसरी गर्ने भन्ने कुराहरूको लागि एउटा कार्यविधि जस्तो हुनुपर्छ। त्यो कार्यविधि बनाउनको लागि अब त्यसको लागि विज्ञको टोली हुन्छ प्राविधिकहरूको टोली हुन्छ त्यो टोली मार्फत त्यो काम हुने हो त्यो काम गर्न बाँकी छ अहिले।
However, concerns over multiple issues related to conversion remains to be answered.
पेट्रोलहरु बढिरहेको वातावरणको प्रदूषणको कारणले एकदमै राम्रो छ तर अलि हिजो साझा बसको 80 लाख रायो भन्ने सुन्दाखेरि अलि बढी खर्चिलो भयो कि त्यसलाई मितव्ययी कसरी बनाउने त्यसको लागि हामी पनि एकदमै इन्ट्रेस्ट छौं। हाम्रो पनि त ठुलठुला गाडीहरु टोयोटाका गाडीहरु अब 25 वर्ष पुगेर कमर्सियल युज गर्ने गाडीलाई तपाई प्राइभेट बनाउन खोज्दै अलिकति गाह्रो भइरहेको छ। अलिकति मितव्ययी रूपमा आयो भने एकदमै राम्रो स्वागतयोग्य छ।
As Nepal marks its new year in mid-April under the Bikram Sambat calendar, the year 2082 will be remembered as a period of intense political upheaval. In September 2025, a Gen Z protest movement led to the collapse of the government headed by KP Sharma Oli. As a result, general elections were successfully held on March 5, 2026. The protest began due to long-standing ill governance, corruption, and irregularities fueled by the government's enforcement of the directive regulating social media, requiring unregistered platforms to shut down within 7 days. Protest called by the youth groups on September 8 began peacefully but turned violent later in the day. Security forces opened fire after curfew measures failed to control the crowd, leaving 23 people dead and many injured. The following day, demonstrators carried out widespread attacks and arson, targeting parliament, executive government buildings, and the judiciary. Other key state infrastructure, political party offices, and private residences of political leaders were also damaged in the unrest. The death toll from the incidents of September 8 and 9 later rose to 76. The unrest subsided only after the army was deployed on the night of September 9. The government stepped down within 27 hours, marking the first time in Nepal's history that any administration has fallen in such a short span during protest. Within days, on September 12, the House of Representatives was dissolved. As a result, an interim government was formed under former Chief Justice Sushila Karki, following a recommendation to President Paudel. The interim government was given a mandate to hold elections for the new House of Representatives. Political developments followed rapidly in the changed scenario. Amid pressure following the youth-led movement, established political forces and long-standing parties and structures faced renewed calls for reform. The Mao Center and CPN Unified Socialist merged to form a new Nepali Communist Party under Pushpa Kamal Dahal, although some leaders expressed dissatisfaction and broke away. Within major parties, leadership changes also took shape. KP Sharma Oli became party chair again after internal provisions were amended, while Gagan Thapa was elected president of the Nepali Congress through a special convention. They focused their strategy on election-centered activities. At the same time, the interim government prepared for the March 5 elections. Amid preparations for the elections, Kathmandu Metropolitan City Mayor Balendra Shah facilitated a merger between the Rashtriya Swatantra Party and the Vivekshil Saja Party. In the March 5 elections, RSP won 182 of 275 seats, forming a majority after 26 years. About 78% of new members entered parliament, while Madesh-based parties failed to win seats. Balendra Shah defeated KP Sharma Oli in Chhapa 5. The victory validated RSP senior leader and prime ministerial candidate Balendra Shah to head the government. The cabinet under Balendra Shah has now 16 members, including 6 women, marking 37.5% female representation, the highest since the 2015 constitution, which mandates at least 33% women in state bodies. The newly formed parliament was prorogued after completing key roles, with Dol Prasad Aryal elected as speaker and Ruby Kumari Thakur becoming deputy speaker. As the new government took charge, former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and former Home Minister Ramesh Lekhak were arrested based on the report of Gen Z Movement Probe Commission and later released on bail. Former minister in the KP Oli-led government, Deepak Kharga, was arrested on money laundering charges, while arrest warrants were issued against Sher Bahadur Deuba and Arju Rana Deuba. In political terms, it was a year to remember in Nepal's history, while strides were also made in sports. Nepal qualified for the ICC T20 World Cup 2026 for the second consecutive time and recorded its first ever win against West Indies in the Unity Cup. Nepal's blind women's cricket team reached the World Cup final for the first time. These were home events, but as the global village with supply chain and ripple effects, global tensions also affected Nepal, although minimally, as India remains the main exporter of oil to Nepal. Digital technology use expanded in government, banking, and financial sectors, while the stock market showed an upward trend following the new political mandate. As the new year begins, Nepal enters a new phase following a year defined by political upheaval and systemic change.
Nepal welcomes New Year 2083 Bikram Sambat with nationwide celebrations. Sudar Paschim and Karnali celebrate Vishu festival. Government releases national commitment based on party manifestos, eyes 7% economic growth and $3,000 per capita income. Several vessels navigate the Strait of Hormuz despite Washington's newly active naval enforcement measures. Ukraine and Germany launch a strategic defense partnership focused on co-producing advanced drone technology and air defense systems. The United Nations reports nearly 700 civilians killed in recent drone strikes as Sudan enters its fourth year of devastating civil war. And UEFA Champions League quarter-finals continue tonight with Liverpool facing defending champions PSG. Barcelona seeks a comeback against Atletico Madrid. Good evening, I am Aprila Gising-Lama and this is NTV World News Hour coming to you live from Kathmandu at 2200 hours Nepal time. Now the news in detail. Nepal vibrantly welcomed the New Year 2083 BS with nationwide spiritual and cultural festivities in Bhaktapur. The historic Biska Jatra concluded with the pulling down of the ceremonial pole, while the far west celebrated Vishu and the east marked the Kopche festival. Meanwhile, Pokhara's tourism peaked as hotels reached 90% occupancy. Visitors flocked to the lakeside city for the 21st Fewa New Year festival, solidifying its status as Nepal's tourism capital. We'll look at this in detail in our Issue of the Day segment later in the bulletin. Now, Nepal's new government has unveiled a bold 18-point national commitment aimed at overhauling governance and tackling corruption. Backed by a near two-thirds majority, the roadmap sets ambitious targets, including achieving 7% economic growth and raising per capita income to $3,000 within 5 years. Key priorities include generating 1.5 million jobs, expanding energy production to 30,000 megawatts, and investigating the assets of public officials dating back to 1990. The public and political parties have until April 23rd to provide feedback on this unified reform framework. More on this in our cover story later. Now, in other news, despite the official commencement of a U.S. naval blockade, at least 7 vessels, including 4 with Iranian ties, successfully crossed the Strait of Hormuz on Tuesday, highlighting early inconsistencies in enforcement as American forces established their presence in the region. While China has condemned the move as dangerous and irresponsible, and Iran has denounced it as a violation of sovereignty, the U.S. military maintains it will only interdict ships bound for Iranian ports. Currently, at least 14 U.S. warships are stationed in the area to manage the blockade via Indian Ocean interdictions, even as diplomatic focus shifts to the first direct peace negotiations between Lebanon and Israel in decades, scheduled to begin later today in the United States. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz have signed a landmark strategic partnership in Berlin, prioritizing long-term defense and drone warfare cooperation. With Germany now Ukraine's primary military supporter, the deal includes joint production sites for drones and missiles to strengthen European security. The leaders also expressed optimism that 90 billion euros in stalled EU funds will soon be unlocked following political shifts in Hungary. The agreement also focuses on integrating Ukrainian battlefield expertise into European infrastructure and coordinating the return of military-aged citizens to their homeland. The United Nations reports that nearly 700 civilians have been killed by drone strikes in Sudan since January as the civil war enters its 4th year. The conflict has displaced 11 million people and left millions more facing severe famine, yet international aid remains critically underfunded at just 16%. Global donors are set to meet in Berlin this Wednesday to attempt to revive stalled peace talks and mobilize resources. Meanwhile, the Red Cross warns that over 11,000 people remain missing in what has become the world's largest humanitarian crisis. Two highly anticipated UEFA Champions League quarter-final second leg matches are scheduled to take place across Europe later tonight. Liverpool will face off against the defending champions Paris Saint-Germain as the English side looks to overturn last year's dominant performance by the French giants. Meanwhile, Spanish powerhouse Barcelona travels to face league rivals Atletico Madrid in a match that carries significant pressure for the visiting Catalan team. Barcelona enters this away fixture needing a major comeback after suffering a disappointing 2-0 defeat during the first leg match held at their home stadium. Although Atletico's defensive style has shown some vulnerabilities recently, their ability to strike back on the counter-attack remains a major threat to their opponents. Now, coming up after the break, Nepal rings in the new year 2083 with nationwide fervor. From the centuries-old Biska Jatra in Bhaktapur to a major tourism surge in Pokhara's lakeside, we explore how the country is celebrating new beginnings. Stay with us for the issue of the day. You're watching NTV World News Hour. Time for Issue of the Day. Nepal celebrates the New Year 2083 BS with great enthusiasm across the country. Among various ways of welcoming the new year, visiting temples for spiritual reflection and offering prayers and worship for a new beginning is a major ritual among the people. In a country where religion is synonymous with daily life, people throng major shrines on the very first day of the Hindu Bikram Sambat. Rojina Rai brings the story.
People across Nepal celebrated New Year 2083 Bikram Sambat in diverse ways. Different communities mark the occasion through their own traditional festivals, while many people from various districts visited temples from early morning to offer prayers and perform rituals. From the early morning, long lines of worshippers, all sharing the belief that beginning the new year with prayers brings lasting happiness, peace and prosperity. In eastern Nepal, particularly in Biratnagar, large crowds gathered at temples such as Kali, Vindhyavasini and Durga temples. The Sansari Maithan temple also witnessed an overwhelming number of visitors in Rangeli, Morang. Meanwhile, Janakpur Dham in the Tarai region, the sacred birthplace of Goddess Sita, saw a remarkable influx of pilgrims. Thousands of devotees from across Nepal and neighboring India arrived to mark the first day of the year as a fresh beginning. The Janaki temple and other religious sites were filled with worshippers from early morning, creating a deeply spiritual atmosphere. In Tanahu, the renowned Chabdi Barahi temple became another major center of devotion. People from different districts arrived with hopes of fulfilling their wishes and vows. According to Thanbadur Thapa, chairperson of the Chabdi Barahi Development Committee, more than 10,000 devotees visited the temple on New Year's Day alone.
Now, in this context, today in our Public Pulse segment, we have asked, what's your expectation for the Nepali New Year? Let's have a look.
यो भन्दा अघिल्लो वर्ष चाहिँ अब दुखदायी रह्यो राजनीतिक किसिमले र हरेक किसिमले चाहिँ उथलपुथल भएको नाताले दुखदायी रह्यो नेपाली माझमा अब यो 83 सालको नयाँ वर्षले चाहिँ सुख समृद्धिसँगै अब अहिले सरकार पनि नयाँ फेरिएको छ नयाँ युवा जोश जाँगरका साथमा आएको छ अब हेरौं पक्कै पनि समाजको मुहार फेरिनेछ
अब जनताले सुख शान्ति समृद्धि नयाँ नेपाल र नेपालीहरूले चाहिँ नि आनन्दले र शान्तिपूर्वक तरिकाले चाहिँ नि अब अमन चयनका साथ हिनेर डुलेर खानेर गरेर खानु पाओस् भन्ने त्यही संकल्प गरिएको छ
एउटा स्थिर सरकार बनाउनको लागि एउटा युवाको म्यान्डेट पनि पाएको छ र त्यस अर्थले पनि म यो 83 साललाई एउटा के संकल्प गर्न चाहन्छु भने देश र जनताले अब फेरि दुःख पाउन नपरोस् र यो देशको सामाजिक राजनीतिक र आर्थिक परिवर्तनको निम्ति आफ्नो ज्यानको आहुति पनि दिन नपरोस्
सबैलाई सुख शान्ति मिलोस् सुख शान्ति आनन्द मिलोस् 82 सालमा जे जस्तो भए पनि 83 सालमा सबैलाई राम्रो आनन्द सुख शान्ति साथ देशमा शान्ति आओस्
सबै क्षेत्रमा शारीरिक मानसिक अथवा स्वास्थ्यको क्षेत्रमा मूलत आरोग्य दिवस भर्खर संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघबाट आरोग्य दिवसको चाहिँ घोषणा भएको छ नेपालको प्रस्ताव हो त्यो अब सबै नेपाली जनतामा आरोग्यता आओस्
अहिले नयाँ सरकार पनि आएको छ र नयाँ सरकारले एकल बहुमत पनि ल्याएको छ त्यसले गर्दाखेरि सरकार परिवर्तन हुने सम्भावना कम रहेको छ जसले गर्दाखेरि नेपालमा स्थिरता शान्ति र विकासको बाटोहरू पनि अब खुला हुन्छ जस्तो लागेको छ
दुःख लाग्दो क्षण नआओस् कहिले पनि 83 सालमा हैन यो भन्दा पछाडी कुनै पनि सालमा नआओस् राम्रो होस् हर्ष उमङ्गका साथ नयाँ इच्छा चाहना जोश जाँगरका साथ नयाँ परिवर्तन आएको छ देशमा हैन आमूल परिवर्तन यस्तै परिवर्तन जसरी खुशियालीका साथ आएको छ त्यस्तै खुशियालीका साथ देशको विकास देशको जनतामा खुशियाली छाओस्
अब नयाँ वर्षले साँच्चै पनि नेपाली सबैलाई एउटा उमङ्ग जोश जाँगर ल्याओस् र देशले जुन अप्ठ्यारो अवस्थाबाट गुज्रिरहेको थियो अब अहिलेको एक महिनाको भन्दा पनि लगभग 2/3 सरकार छ यसले जनताको चाहिँ मनोभावना बुझेर काम गरिदियोस् त्यो नयाँ वर्षले सबैलाई सफलता र शुभकामना दियोस् र यो जुन अहिले बनिरहेको सरकारले पनि जनताको अपेक्षा पूरा गरिदियोस्
On New Year's Day, various communal festivals are observed across Nepal. In the far western region, people celebrate the Bisu festival marking the New Year, while the eastern region of Thankuta, the 3-day Kopche festival begins. Rojina Rai brings the report.
Various cultural festivals are celebrated across different regions of Nepal to mark the Nepali New Year 2083 Bikram Sambat. In the far western region, people celebrated Bisu Parva with great enthusiasm. Observed on the first day of Baisak, Nepali month, the Bisu festival carries a spirit similar to the New Year and has increasingly become not only a cultural celebration but also a symbol of family reunion. On this day, villagers create symbolic tiger figures and decorate wooden sticks, parading them through the village to drive away sins and negativity from the past year. A key attraction of the festival is the playful tradition in which people, particularly siblings-in-law, Devar and Bhauju, splash one another with water mixed with nettle leaves. Relatives living within the country and abroad return home during this occasion, adding vibrancy and excitement to village life. People wear new clothes, gather with family and relatives, enjoy traditional dishes, and share the joys and sorrows of the past year. Special delicacies such as various meat dishes, rice pudding, batuk, deep-fried lentil patties, and mana, a local dish, are prepared for the celebrations. Elsewhere in eastern Nepal's Thankuta, the fourth Kopche festival has begun under the slogan Preserving Originality, Promoting Tourism. The 3-day cultural and community-driven festival aims to revive the historic Kopche settlement in the district. To mark the Nepali New Year 2083 Bikram Sambat, the event features food stalls showcasing traditional cuisines of local communities, mainly the Newar people and At Paharia ethnic group who predominantly reside in Thankuta municipality.
Now, meanwhile, Nepal's historic city of Bhaktapur has marked the new year with the dramatic conclusion of the centuries-old Biska Jatra, a ritual deeply rooted in faith, power and tradition. On the first day of Baisak, the ceremonial pole, known as Yosindio, was pulled down, symbolically marking the end of the old year and the beginning of the new year. The act draws large crowds as the city comes alive with ritual, chants and collective celebration. Biska Jatra is observed over 9 days and 8 nights, during which Bhaktapur transforms into a dense stage of cultural expression. Massive wooden chariots are pulled through narrow streets by surging crowds, creating intense movements, energy and devotion. The festival is also known for its raw and competitive spirit as devotees actively participate in chariot pulling and associated rituals. Historians trace the origins of the festival back to the Malla period, with cultural references linked to rulers such as Bhupatindra Malla, under whose reign many of Bhaktapur's cultural practices were preserved and strengthened. Over 90% of hotels in the lakeside area of Pokhara have remained packed as people throng the city to celebrate the Nepali New Year. Hotel Association Pokhara chairperson Laxman Subedi said that tourists from various parts of the country have arrived in Pokhara on the occasion of the New Year. Likewise, the association has organized the Fewa New Year Festival, contributing to the rise in tourist arrivals. This is the 21st edition of the festival, aimed at further promoting the tourism business in the region. Pokhara, enriched with natural beauty, cultural heritage and adventure tourism, has been declared the tourism capital, and efforts are continuously underway to further promote the city. There are a total of 1,200 hotels in Pokhara with an accommodation capacity of 40,000 per day, according to Chair Subedi. That wraps up our issue of the day. Coming up next, we dive into Nepal's ambitious new roadmap for reform. With a new 2/3 majority, the government unveils an 18-point plan to overhaul governance and tackle corruption. Stay with us to see if this unified agenda can truly deliver on its promises. Welcome back. Time for the cover story. Nepal's newly formed government, backed by a near 2/3 majority, has outlined an ambitious reform agenda. The agenda aims to raise public expectations for improved governance, service delivery and anti-corruption efforts. The roadmap brings together key commitments from major political parties, indicating a shared effort to address public concerns and push for long-term political and economic reforms. Shiksha Bhattrai takes a look.
The government has introduced an 18-point national commitment, bringing together key promises from 6 major political parties into a single reform agenda. Political stakeholders have been asked to send their feedback by April 23. It will guide policies, budgets, and reform programs in the coming fiscal year and beyond. A major focus of the plan is human resource development, with the goal of recruiting 25% of new and capable manpower into public service over the next 5 years. It also aims to create 1.5 million jobs, treating employment as a foundation for long-term economic growth rather than short-term support. The 5-year economic roadmap targets 7% average growth and a per capita income of $3,000, with the broader aim of moving Nepal towards middle income status by harnessing its young workforce. Key priorities include boosting agriculture to reduce import dependence, expanding tourism through better use of natural and cultural assets, and increasing electricity generation capacity to 30,000 megawatts through major policy and environmental reforms. The plan also focuses on promoting digital and remote work, setting up new regulatory bodies for mining and construction materials, and improving coordination in infrastructure development. Public sector reforms cover investment in education, modernization of forest management, restructuring key institutions like the National Planning Commission, and stronger anti-corruption measures through asset reviews of officials since 1990. Other priorities include expanding the digital economy, strengthening IT as a strategic sector, improving social inclusion and diaspora engagement, enhancing diplomatic performance, and preparing better for disasters. The success of the plan will ultimately depend on how effectively it is implemented.
And that wraps up our cover story of the day. On to other news. Point 27 of the government of Nepal's 100-day governance reform agenda on doorstep service delivery will come into effect in Mokwanpur district from tomorrow. Following its implementation, residents of the district will be able to receive their passports at home. The District Administration Office Mokwanpur is preparing to begin door-to-door passport delivery through the postal service starting tomorrow. Initially, the service will be launched in the Hetauda sub-metropolitan city area. In the first phase, around 500 applicants who have not yet collected their passports will receive them via postal delivery. Ramesh Lamichhane, chief of the district postal office, stated that passports will be delivered on the same day in nearby wards, while deliveries to further locations will be completed by the following evening at the latest. Once the required resources, equipment and manpower are in place, the service will be expanded to other municipalities as well. Similarly, Chief District Officer of Mokwanpur, Basanta Adhikari, said there are also plans to eventually deliver other documents such as citizenship certificates, national identity cards and driving licenses directly to citizens' homes. In other news, Kathmandu Metropolitan City is set to start night passenger bus service from today. The bus service will start from Pulchok at 7 p.m. According to KMC Acting Mayor Sunita Dongo, in the first phase, electric bus service will be operated from Logankhel in Kathmandu Valley to Budalin Gunter and vice versa, and from Thankot to the airport and back in collaboration with Saza Yatayat Cooperatives Limited. The bus service to Bunadilkanta via Logankhel will be a 16-kilometer route, while the distance from Thankot to the international airport via Sotungal is 20 kilometers. The KMC has informed that 4 night buses will operate on these 2 routes. The buses will operate from until 11 p.m. Buses will depart from the designated bus stops every 20 minutes. CCTV cameras will be installed on the buses and city police will be deployed for security. The Gorkhapatra Corporation has officially decided to include 2 more languages for publication within the Gorkhapatra Daily. With this recent decision, the total number of languages featured in the daily newspaper has now reached 48. The corporation has specifically chosen to include the endangered Santal and Hayu languages to prevent their disappearance. These new maternal language materials are set to begin publication alongside the start of the New Year celebrations. Inclusive publishing originally began on September 18, 2007 under the New Nepal campaign, initially featuring 6 different mother tongues. Over time, the diversity grew to 46 languages before this latest expansion. Executive Chairperson Bhandari stated that adding Santal and Hayu reflects the country's commitment to inclusivity and linguistic diversity. Currently, the internal pages of Gorkhapatra feature 2 different languages every single day. Now, the district police in Sangja has stepped up its activities following a rise in the haphazard extraction of stones, sand and gravel from various rivers and streams. Police took this initiative to prevent the exploitation of natural resources and to minimize the potential risk of environmental disasters in the region. Over the span of 1 year, a significant number of vehicles have been penalized as part of the aggressive enforcement campaign against illegal mining operations. Authorities remain committed to protecting the district's natural heritage by maintaining strict surveillance over riverbanks to ensure that all extraction activities follow legal guidelines. Residents of Salyan are demanding the construction of wildlife-friendly infrastructure following an increase in road accidents involving animals across various local road sections. A recent collision on the Rapti highway involving a motorcycle and a longur has raised serious questions regarding road safety and animal protection. Ward Chair Leela Bahadur Roka noted that longurs frequently cross the road near Baradharni Khola because their natural habitat and water sources are nearby. The risk is further heightened by narrow roads and large rocks that limit visibility for both drivers and animals attempting to navigate the busy highway. According to the Wildlife-Friendly Infrastructure Construction Directive of 2028, overhead bridges must be built at least 5 meters above roads for arboreal species. Local authorities are being urged to implement these guidelines to prevent future casualties and ensure the infrastructure development respects the involvement of local wildlife. International news coming up next. For now, a quick recap of the headlines. Nepal welcomes New Year 2083 Bikram Sambat with nationwide celebration. Sudur Paschim and Karnali celebrate Vishu festival. Government releases national commitment based on party manifestos, eyes 7% economic growth and $3,000 per capita income. Several vessels navigate the Strait of Hormuz despite Washington's newly active naval enforcement measures. Ukraine and Germany launch a strategic defense partnership focused on producing advanced drone technology and air defense systems. The United Nations reports nearly 700 civilians killed in recent drone strikes as Sudan enters its 4th year of devastating civil war. And UEFA Champions League quarter-finals continue tonight with Liverpool facing defending champions PSG. Barcelona seeks a comeback against Atletico Madrid. Six people were killed and 5 others injured on Tuesday as Israeli attacks on southern Lebanon continue. The Lebanese National News Agency reported that Israeli airstrikes targeted the town of Sabrira in the Tyre district, resulting in 1 death and 3 injuries. In Jarani, 3 people were killed in a strike that hit the town of Adlun. Israeli forces also shelled the town of Arab Salim, killing 2 people, injuring another, and destroying a house. In the town of Jeba, an Israeli drone exploded, injuring a woman and causing material damage. Israeli aircraft continued to strike the town of Ansarieh as well as the area between the towns of Ain Bal and Aitit in Tyre district, extending to the town of Al-Khaila. Lebanese and Israeli representatives are scheduled to meet in Washington Tuesday for U.S.-mediated talks on ending the war in Lebanon. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio hosted the Lebanese and Israeli ambassadors in Washington on Tuesday for the first direct peace talks between the countries in decades. Rubio is mediating the talks between Israeli envoy Yechiel Leiter and Lebanon's Nada Hamadeh, which began around 1500 Greenwich Mean Time. But pro-Iran Hezbollah, which is battling Israeli forces in southern Lebanon, called for the talks to be scrapped before they even began. In other news, Pakistani officials said Tuesday that Islamabad has proposed a second round of talks involving the United States and Iran, according to people familiar with the matter who spoke on condition of anonymity. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance said earlier that negotiations with Iran did make some progress, while President Donald Trump said the U.S. had been contacted by the other side, adding that they want to work a deal. Meanwhile, a senior Hezbollah official said the group would not abide by any agreements emerging from direct Lebanon-Israel talks scheduled to begin Tuesday in Washington. Tensions have escalated after a U.S. blockade of Iranian ports began on Monday, prompting warnings from Tehran of possible retaliation. The developments have raised concerns over global economic stability and the risk of renewed conflict if diplomatic efforts fail. China said on Tuesday that a U.S. blockade around Iranian ports was dangerous and irresponsible after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened to sink any boats that sought to leave or dock there. President Trump had ordered the blockade of ships entering or leaving Iranian ports and coastal areas in the Gulf following the failure of peace talks over the weekend. Beijing warned the action could further destabilize the situation and threaten maritime security in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Chinese Foreign Ministry also vows it would impose countermeasures if Donald Trump makes good on his threat to impose new tariffs, following reports Beijing has supplied or intends to supply weapons to Iran.
我们此前已经表明了中方的立场，我们想再次强调，中方在军品出口方面一贯采取审慎负责的态度，根据本国出口管制法律法规及承担的国际义务。 实施严格管控，有关报道纯属捏造。如果美方执意以此为借口对华加征关税，中方必将坚决反制。
China's President Xi Jinping urged Spain to strengthen economic and diplomatic ties to combat global turmoil during a high-level meeting with Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez in Beijing. The Chinese leader warned against the erosion of international order, advocating for a world based on justice and mutual trust rather than the law of the jungle. Prime Minister Sanchez, on his 4th visit to China in 4 years, emphasized Spain's role as a vital mediator between the European Union and the world's second-largest economy. Regarding the Middle East crisis, Sanchez praised China's diplomatic efforts and criticized the violations of international law occurring in both Gaza and Lebanon. While seeking closer ties, Sanchez also addressed the unsustainable trade imbalance between China and the EU, calling for better market access for European agricultural and industrial goods. The visit comes as many traditional U.S. allies look toward Beijing for stability following the implementation of new trade tariffs and shifting foreign policies under U.S. President Donald Trump. Now, going against the grain of its European and US partners, Spain's left-wing government has approved an extraordinary regularization scheme for 500,000 undocumented migrants, many of whom are from Latin America, amid criticism from the right. Speaking during a press conference in Madrid, Spanish Migration Minister and government spokesperson Elma Saez called it one of the major milestones of the ongoing parliamentary term.
Y que para mí es uno de los grandes hitos de esta legislatura. Se trata de la aprobación definitiva del Real Decreto para que va a dar comienzo a un proceso de regularización extraordinaria para miles de personas migrantes que ya residen en nuestro país.
The measure specifically targets those who applied for international protection before the end of 2025 and possess a clean criminal record. This regularization also extends to the children of applicants, potentially providing a path to residency for many of the 840,000 undocumented people currently in Spain. Moving on, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has resigned from his post. He announced his resignation to the governor via X, confirming the move and expressing his gratitude to everyone. He also committed to providing full support and guidance to the incoming government. Nitish Kumar first formed an NDA government on November 24, 2005 and maintained that the rule of law has prevailed in the state since then. He claimed that during the tenure, development reached people of all religions, castes, communities and classes across Bihar. His departure comes after serving as Chief Minister for approximately 11 years in his most recent stretch. Now, in other news, at least 16 people have been injured after an ex-student opened fire at a high school in southeastern Turkey. The attacker, who was in his late teens, fired indiscriminately with a shotgun before killing himself with a weapon after being cornered by police. Those injured include 10 students and 4 teachers. The motive for the attacks is not yet known and an investigation has been launched. Local media reported that the attacker had recently posted on the school's social media accounts, threatening that there would be an attack in a few days. Business news coming up next. For now, a short breather.
U.S. company Chevron has signed 2 agreements with Venezuela to expand oil production as the country seeks to attract more private investment into its energy sector. The deals with state oil company PDVSA will increase Chevron's stake in key Orinoco oil belt projects, including major heavy crude developments. In exchange, the company will relinquish certain offshore gas assets as part of a broader asset swap to focus on oil production. Chevron aims to boost its output in Venezuela by up to 50% over the next 2 years under the agreement. The agreements were formalized at a ceremony in Caracas, attended by Venezuelan officials, including interim President Delcy Rodriguez, alongside Chevron Venezuela President Mariano Vela and U.S. representatives. The International Monetary Fund on Tuesday cut its 2026 global growth forecast to 3.1%, warning that the Middle East conflict could derail the world economy. The downgrade from its earlier 3.3% projection follows escalating hostilities triggered by U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran and Tehran's retaliation. IMF chief economist Pierre-Olivier Gourenchas said growth could have reached 3.4% without the conflict, which has driven up oil, gas, and fertilizer prices. The fund now expects global inflation to rise to 4.4% this year, assuming the conflict and energy disruptions remain temporary. However, it warned that a prolonged crisis could push global growth down to between 2.5% and 2%, levels seen during major downturns like the 2008 financial crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic. Danish pharmaceuticals Novo Nordisk, maker of the popular Ozempic anti-obesity drug, has announced a strategic partnership with OpenAI to accelerate the development of new medicines using artificial intelligence. The collaboration aims to speed up scientific discovery, improve global operations, and bring new and better treatments to market more efficiently, with pilot programs already planned and full integration expected by 2026. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman said the partnership could help transform scientific research and patient care. Novo Nordisk is increasingly relying on AI as it faces growing competition, particularly from Eli Lilly, as well as copycat versions of its drugs. No financial details of this partnership have been disclosed.
Now time for the sports update. Gandaki province achieved a convincing 9-wicket win against Karnali province at the Narayani Stadium in Birganj during the Prime Minister Cup National Cricket Tournament. Karnali was dismissed for just 72 runs in 25 overs, with Bipin Khatri taking 5 wickets and Aparajit Paudel claiming 3 to dismantle the opposition. Gandaki reached the target comfortably in just 13 overs, losing only 1 wicket, with Bipin Khatri being rightfully named the player of the match for his efforts. Meanwhile, in Janakpur, Bagmati province suffered a 34-run defeat against Lumbini province, which resulted in their failure to qualify for the upcoming Jaya Trophy. Lumbini set a target of 234 runs, led by spinner Nirmal Gurung's 5 wickets, while Bagmati was eventually bowled out for 199. Despite the loss, Bagmati captain Sandeep took 4 wickets to reach 25 for the season, placing him at the top of the tournament's leading wicket-taker list. Nepal Police Club has advanced to the final 4 of the ongoing nighttime Virat Gold Cup football tournament held in Biratnagar. The departmental side defeated Machindra Club Kathmandu with a score of 6-5 during a tense match played at the Said Stadium. Dhirendra Shah initially gave Police Club the lead in the 29th minute before Saurabh Limbu equalized for Machindra just 5 minutes later. After the game remained tied at 5-5 during the initial tiebreaker, Nepal Police Club secured the win by blocking Shyam Murmu's penalty. According to the tournament schedule, Samrat Sporting Club Biratnagar will face off against India's Al Jharkhand Birsa Munda in today's match. A total of 8 teams from Nepal and India are competing in this prestigious event, which is scheduled to conclude on April 18th. Now, a new trial concerning the death of football icon Diego Maradona starts this Tuesday in San Isidro after a 2025 proceeding collapsed due to judicial misconduct. 7 members of Maradona's medical staff are accused of homicide with possible intent, facing potential prison sentences of 8 to 25 years if found guilty. Prosecutors argue the medical team was aware of his deteriorating health following brain surgery, but failed to provide the necessary care to prevent his fatal heart failure. A medical panel previously concluded that Maradona's treatment was deficient and reckless, and that he would have likely survived if treated in a proper facility. High-profile defendants include neurosurgeon Leopoldo Luque and psychiatrist Augustina Kosasakuk, while his former nurse will face a separate trial. With approximately 100 witnesses expected to testify, including Maradona's daughters, the proceedings are anticipated to continue through July. Time now for the weather update, first from Nepal and then across the world. Now, before we wrap up, here's a reminder of the headlines once again. Nepal welcomes New Year 2083 Bikram Sambat with nationwide celebration. Sudur Paschim and Karnali celebrate Bishu festival. Government releases national commitment based on party manifestos, eyes 7% economic growth and $3,000 per capita income. Several vessels navigate the Strait of Hormuz despite Washington's newly active naval enforcement measures. Ukraine and Germany launch a strategic defense partnership focused on co-producing advanced drone technology and air defense systems. The United Nations reports nearly 700 civilians killed in recent drone strikes as Sudan enters its fourth year of devastating civil war. And UEFA Champions League quarter-finals continue tonight with Liverpool facing defending champions PSG. Barcelona seeks a comeback against Atletico Madrid. That is all for the moment. Do join us on our official website, nepaltelevision.com. I am Ipulagi Singh Lama. Thank you for watching. Happy New Year 2083 BS. World.